the people of the Western Cape? Or do we close this meeting on the basis that we don't want candidates to get early sight of the questions? I would just add as a caveat that at the end of the day, in my personal opinion, people will have to answer anyway, and we then obviously make the decision on their answers. I don't personally see how getting early sight of the questions is really going to affect that. But I want to open it up to the committee as to whether or not we're going to keep this meeting, or we're going to close this meeting for the duration of the interviews, or whether or not we're going to have them open. Yes, member.
What was our position at our previous meeting? What did we agree on? I mean, this is not the first time we're embarking on this. There were, is this a continuation, if you like? Thanks.
We've had quite long discussions on this issue before. Just remind me, we've had quite a lot of interviews in various different committees, and I know we've had different answers on various committees. Were we open last time, or did we close it?
Through you, Chair, the last time I think there was only one candidate that was interviewed. I think it was closed, but as you say, Chair, there's no prescript for it, and it really is down to the committee. You don't even have to follow what you did previously. If you feel that you want to keep it open, then do so. If you feel you want to close it for the interviews, then do so. As I said, I think the only thing that must be open, not must, but recommended to be open would be the deliberations.
Okay.
But as either way, there's no right or wrong in terms of if someone sits and watches the stream now and gets all the questions, it's still going to come down to the CV, the nomination form, what they prepared, and how they answered. Yeah.
Thanks. Did I see Member Kaiser Philander's hand? No? Come on, someone's got to take the initiative. Yes, Member Boyson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, if I can still recall the deliberations of the last process, we did agree on having it open for, transparency's sake and leveling the playing field, that nobody comes back and complain and say that, they were treated unfairly, and we won't have the necessarily public support that would actually be on our side to say that it was fair because they witnessed the process. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Is everybody on board with that? Okay, I've seen no objections. Let's just run through the questions. There are 7 questions. There are, in fact, 7 of us here today, if I count Member Cassim, who's on board. It's going to be open. So if we turn over on your scoring sheet, you will see there is questions 1 to 7. Obviously, I'm chairing, so I would suggest that it's probably better if the committee then asks the questions. Can we just go from 1 through to 7, starting with Member Philander and then Member Boyson, Member Mwentu, Member Stevens, Member Johnson, and then Member Cassim, and then maybe back to Member Kaiser Philander? Or is there anything else people would like to suggest? Member Cassim is online. Well, with me it's 7, but I'm chairing as well. So what I'm suggesting is with Member Cassim online, that we start with Member Kaiser Philander with 1, 2. So you ask questions 3, 4, 5. Member Cassim asks question 6, and then back to Member Kaiser Philander for question 7. Okay, great. Member Cassim, did you get that? Are we connected?
Jeez. Unmute.
Okay. If somebody isn't in the room when we ask that question, we'll just move on to the next one.
From the questions there.
Oh, okay. All right. Remember, Cassie was going to be in and out. She has a funeral she needs to get to as well. In which case, let's just start with Member Kaiser Philander, work down, and then back, and then your question 6 and question 7 from Member Boyson. I think that's straightforward enough. Anything else, Procedural Officer, you'd like to draw us attention to at this point?
Just one or two. Thank you, Chair, through you. There were 2 persons that did not respond to the invitation. We also have a request from one of the candidates who had, I would say, special, not special needs, but I would say differently abled, and wanted to know if there are facilities for that, and I assured that we would assist. That person has actually requested this morning if the interview could be conducted via Teams. And I said I would take it to the committee and then respond as soon as possible. It's actually the last candidate for the day.
Has anybody got any objection to the last candidate being on Teams today? Okay. Just remind us of the ones who we haven't heard from. It's candidate Samuel Kutsia. Messiah is scheduled for just after lunch. Okay.
We did ask, I did ask candidates to be here at least 10 minutes before the time. So maybe members could also just play it by who is here, depending on, yeah.
Well, that gives us 10 minutes or so, 10 to 20 minutes before. It doesn't seem so. They're not here now. They haven't confirmed. So what I'm going to do now is break until, let's say, past, or just after past, when Johannes de Wet will be before us. So I think everybody have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee. And we'll start in 10 minutes. Thanks. Okay, committee, it's 8:30. We are ready to commence with the first interview this morning, which is Mr. Johannes Wessels de Wet. Thank you very much for joining us. If you'd like, if you've got water there, great. Right, thank you. If I can just run through the process, you will first be given 10 minutes for the presentation, which I believe is preloaded. Okay, fantastic. And then we have got 7 questions, which we will ask of you. So I think let's see how that goes. We're going to start by introducing ourselves so you know who everybody is. And yeah. Right, so I'm Benedicta van Minnen. I am the chair of the standing committee, and we're interviewing you for the Liquor Authority. And if we can just go around, the procedural officer.
Morning, sir. Wasim Matthews.
Good morning, Mr. De Wet, Wendy Kaiser-Philander, and I'm a member of this committee. Welcome.
Morning, sir. I'm Member Boyson, also member of this committee.
Good morning, sir. My name is Benson Renzo, a member of this committee. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. Donita Stevens, I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning, Peter Johnson, member of this committee.
We also have the Honourable Asim Kasim online. I'm not sure if she's connected right this second.
Thank you, Chairperson. Member Aisha Kasim, and greetings to the sir as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, so if you're ready, if we can kick off with the presentation, which is preloaded. If you could then just take us through that. And I'm going to we've got 10 minutes. It is now 8:32, so we'll go to 8:42.
Thank you. Well, I'm Wessel de Wet. I've retired for 3 months. I thought this is quite new to me. Sitting in the traffic for 2 hours is also fairly new to me. But thank you for the opportunity. I was actually nominated or asked by somebody in Stellenbosch, one of the liquor practitioners, whether I would want to apply for the opening. And I thought, and I'm not sure really why, because I guess it's because I've been in the industry for 36 years. I somehow always ended up in the liquor industry. As a student, I worked in a liquor store. And when I finished my articles, I wanted to look for a role at the firm of attorneys, and I ended up in the liquor industry. So now I'm actually retired, but I think that also maybe gives me a bit of background of what it entails, the specific environment, the highly regulated environment. I've been responsible for the legal work in first distillers and then Distel, and that became Heineken in the end. And in that role, obviously, I was responsible for control and compliance, but I also liaised with regulatory authorities and with other industry bodies. I served in a number of those bodies, SA Wine and Spirits Board, one of the labeling committees, etc. And in the end, I also, for a few years, served on the management team of Heineken. So that's my background, my contribution. I think if I'm not able to make a contribution, I actually don't want to. I think I can make a contribution. I've got this corporate background on compliance and regulatory and proper governance, and knowing how to act and what to do in terms of legislation, but also how to do it as far as proper governance is concerned. Budgets and controls is part of our lives. And I think a bit of a specific industry knowledge that I've gained over the years. I was not initially, when I started off, I was more involved in licensing aspects, but I've got a fairly good idea of what it entails. Wasim asked me also to give in an intake of my understanding of a few call it challenging areas. I think the industry has a few challenges. The one is the call it the elephant in the room, is the whole informal market that is not licensed, and that everybody knows of, but nobody spoke about in a sense. So many unlicensed and illegal outlets for that reasons. The perception of a lack of enforcement from the authorities or the licensing agencies, that from the business side, and the increase in illicit sales. I think it's I mean, those are realities that we need to face with, and then obviously the poverty and inequality in that's so part of our industry, and actually not don't want to call it the ugly face of the industry, but it's a reality. If you get into a small town, like we from time to time in a little place like Prince Albert, people sitting on the stoep of a liquor store, you can see that they shouldn't be there, and they definitely cannot afford to be there. So having said all this, I think the compliance and job creation, I think obviously you have the formal trade where you comply and you protect those that comply, your operators and your customers. But then you also have your informal side that almost undermine that sustainable development that's linked to a compliant business. So you need to somehow. I think the one thing the one message I think that we need to tell to each other is to see whether we can get as much as possible, or as many as possible, of those informal traders into the net for compliance. I don't think it's that easy or that simple, but my proposal would be that we should consider proportionate compliance, blanket regulations that apply to all traders. It's just not practical. A wine farmer selling from a premium business is not the same as somebody selling in an informal outlet. The license, the zoning requirements, all those kind of things. I mean, it's not one should actually have as I said, fit for purpose licensing system. As far as law enforcement is concerned, I think it's the request from the industry, from the trade, would be just more visible enforcement, because you do get these illicit outlets that sell illicit products that you confiscate, that you notify, that you work with all the enforcing agencies, and those illicit outlets just continue to trade. Why is that the case? Why is it not seen that people are that the system, that it's enforced, the rules? And I think, as I've alluded to, a fit for purpose licensing system, sometimes it feels that I mean, we've got the rules, but for instance, they're not all that practical. You have the renewal requirements. So your license actually comes to an end at the end of a year, but you've got another 4 months or longer to comply. But the trader, the seller, the supplier doesn't know that. Why is it not as simple as having a list of all compliant outlets and all outlets that have renewed the licenses visible to all concerned? It's so much easier to enforce a visible, practical licensing system. So that would be my second almost theme or message or consideration from my side, is getting the net as wide as possible, but also try to make it as practical as possible. And then I don't have that many, I don't have more practical proposals, but other maybe for that one should, the data is, there's so much data available that one should use it, of incidents, of people, of buyers, how much they buy, where they buy, everything. I mean, an outlet like ShopRite Checkers can tell you when somebody's buying what time of the month, all those kind of things. So you need to be able to use that data in your licensing system and also in your enforcement. It makes it so much easier to enforce, also for those agencies. And finally, yeah, e-commerce is obviously also a problem. I think the other practical issue is quantity of liquor sold. It's not something that you can really control. So I think the message is, if it can be as practical as possible, because your wholesalers selling to illicit people in all quantities. So if the first person comes and buy, the second person will come and buy for the same outlet. And the problem that we lately have is also your outlets licensed, but very seldom that the licensee is actually operating that outlet. There's always somebody else. There's a lessee or a friend, but somehow we need to cater for that, because that's a reality. And so I think it's just to get the rules and the reality closer to each other. Yeah, and I think the social ills, that's a more difficult thing. I think it comes with enforcement, and I think responsible trading, a bigger responsibility on traders to act responsible, and not to have to check IDs, not to sell to people that cannot, well, that's already under the influence, for instance. Those kind of, and responsible promotions. That on the one side, but I think the whole, it's more a problem of poverty and inequality, and it's a societal thing. I think it's education, it's training, it's opportunities. It's almost a big thing that I think it's part of the that we should be aware of, because I think that's why you have these. That's why you have. It's such a highly regulated environment, is not only to protect the operator, but also the consumer more so. So yeah, I think that's.
Right, so we have 7 questions, and I'm going to start with Member Person Yolanda.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. De Wet. I know in your presentation you have touched, I think, on the first question, but I think for the sake of process and procedure and also consistency, that I would be asking you the first question. So what are the negative social impacts of the liquor trade, and how do you think it should be solved?
Yeah, it's sometimes I say it's a problem without a solution, so it's not a problem. No, I think jokes aside, I think it's as I mentioned, almost the ugly side of the industry, and that's why we're here. That's why we have this controlling environment. That's why we have rules. To ensure that everyone complies and that we can enforce if it's clear and it's fair and it's transparent. But it needs more than that. It's not only the operators and enforcement. It's a bigger society thing that I think that we need to be aware of, and I think it's part of the government's development plans. That's all in there. But I think, yeah, I'm not sure. I think from this body's or the liquor authority side, I think at least start looking at proper responsible trading and enforcement, because I think you can already achieve a lot and by not allowing these illicit outlets. And yeah, I think that's.
Thank you, Mr. De Wet. My question, describe the challenges of handling liquor licenses in different communities. Can I repeat that?
No, I think that's what I've alluded to is that the rules should be more community specific. And not blanket regulations that should apply everyone the same, because there is a difference between your formal premium trade, your formal on and off trade, and your informal trade, and then even your illicit trade. So we need to look at specific rules that can make it easier for people to become licensed to an extent that you can control at least the minimum. Health, illicit products, selling at the right times of the day, those kind of things, and also I think one should look at the realities. I mean, there's some of those outlets, they're in residential areas, but you're not going to change that. People live with it whether they're licensed or not. So I think try to get them formal and licensed, and so that you can control and know what's going on, and have the data, have the information, know who's selling what and to whom and when. And those. So there's definitely a difference, but I think we need to provide for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. David. Question number 3. How do you foresee different departments cooperating with one another to ensure a legal, vibrant industry? How do you foresee different departments cooperating with one another to ensure a legal, vibrant industry? Thanks.
Well, I think it's very important that there should be a cooperation and alignment, because different departments are involved. You have your police side, you have SARS, that's a very important player, and you have industry bodies. And as an industry body, we used to have regular meetings with combined call it agency meetings with all involved present. I think so that happens, I think, across the different departments. But I'm not sure whether it's at the right level always. It's people that hasn't got the final say, or that can ensure implementation. Lately, I think the awareness of illicit trade in the liquor industry is more visible, is more apparent. I mean, it's always been tobacco. And people are saying, but illicit know about tobacco. And I think it was fairly recently that some of the presentations made at Parliament by my colleagues that people actually meant, well, they really didn't realize that illicit trade was such a big thing in the liquor industry, and it is a big thing. It's from brews to white spirits to any kind of liquor. That is and illicit is it's really a real issue, and for that you need to cooperate. You need to. Excise is an important. Tax is a very important player in that. So I think those bodies do exist. I think one should just maybe get it at the right level, the right people attending those meetings, and to ensure implementation.
Thank you. Question 4, how do you emphasize that WCLA playing a role in expanding and growing the inclusive liquor industry, particularly assisting the economically disadvantaged?
Yeah, do I understand the question right? That you actually want to include more players into the regulated environment? Is that the question? That's I think that's what I alluded to, and I'm trying to say that we should definitely not have a one set of rules that applies it to all. a blanket set of regulations. It's not practical. It's not true to the realities of our country. We've got different communities trading in different manners, and all entitled to do so. So you need to be more specific to this environment and try to have different rules for different communities or types of traders.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. De Wet, question number 5. Give an example of an ethical quandary that you faced and how you dealt with it.
No, is it you're allowed to ask that?
Sticking to the script.
I think the as I've mentioned, I think the it's the fact that we all know in industry, we are aware of a big component of illicit traders, and we almost make as if nothing happens, or act as if nothing happens. I think we really try. I said, well, and I can only speak for my previous employer, that we really try to. Well, we only do try to license outlets. And we really try to. We've had a dedicated team to assist outlets or potential customers to become more legal. But I think what we all are also aware of is the fact that if you sell to macro, the illicit trader will buy from, and they will buy from it, and they will buy in quantities. I know there's that quantities, but I don't think that you can apply it, because I mean you've got a whole family of people that can buy for the same outlet. So we all know in the industry, and you almost turn a blind eye to that, and that's that's something that I think that we should not stop working on, to try to get that to get that into the form of space, those outlets. And I think that's a ethical.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. De Wet, what are the current problems around stakeholder and community engagement, and what are the solutions to addressing these issues?
Yeah, maybe I think looking at it from what I used from my corporate environment, is I think stakeholder engagement is it's very good. People are really connected and involved and aware, and different stakeholders from different parts of the business. That's really important to the liquor industry, because it's such a regulated environment. We have all these industry bodies, and they liaise on a regular basis with all regulatory stakeholder bodies and involve them. And we, as a wine industry, we used to have very good relations. We still have with the Western Cape authorities right to the top. But I think it just, as far as enforcement is concerned, till now it was just to get the right people in the room. I think there used to be in COVID, what was that meeting that at all the senior people in a room. There's a name for it, but that's more or less. It's almost as desperate as that. It's like a COVID. It's you need to have almost a war room in some instances to address some of these issues.
So, De Wet, this is your last question for the morning.
Thank you.
How can modernizing technology systems help with law enforcement in the liquor trade?
Yeah, the last one and the most difficult one for me to respond, but I think that's where we all think the answer lies. It's because it's to work with having all the data. You have these companies and businesses that can interpret big data, I think we should use modern technology, all the information that's available, all assets, all incidents, to capture it somehow and for it to work for the enforcement for the liquor authority. How you do it, I'm sure it's just a matter of getting the right people that can help us with that, because that is, I think, where the answer lies. Because it's, yeah, I mean, it's gone are the days that you need to do everything manually and with a piece of paper. Something as simple as, just as I mentioned, if to make those information also available to all other traders, that you, as a supplier, that you know that this person has got a valid license, a renewed license, complying with all the conditions, I can do business with this outlet. There must be opportunities for that.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for coming and for the presentation and answering the questions. What happens going forward is we have quite a list of people to interview today and tomorrow. And then we will be making recommendations to the department. And I think the department is the one that will carry it forward in terms of what happens next. But from our side, we will be doing our interviews today and tomorrow and then sending those recommendations through.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And good luck.
Thank you. And I hope you don't have to deal with traffic on the way out as well.
No, I think that's
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Find your way out.
Yeah.
To the list.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Bye-bye. Goodbye.
Just for the scoring, make sure you write your name on the front of the page and add all the details in.
Copy.
Okay, great. Mr. Fredericks, welcome. Thank you very much for being here, for coming in. As you know, this is an interview on the issue of the Western Cape Liquor Authority. I'm Benedicta van Minnen. I'm the chair of the standing committee. We're just going to all introduce ourselves so that you know who we all are, and then I'll talk about how we're going to move forward.
Good morning, Mr. Good morning, Mr. Fredericks. My name is Wendy Kaiser-Philander, and I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning, sir. I'm Member Boyson, also member of this committee.
Benson Lenzu, a member of the committee.
Good morning, Mr. Fredericks. I'm Donita Stephens, and I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning. I'm Peter Johnson, member of this committee.
We've also got Member Kasim online and our procedural officer.
Good morning, Wasim Matthews, Provincial Officer.
So yes, thank you for being here this morning. The process we're going to follow is you've got 10 minutes to do the presentation. You've got a copy of that. After that, we have 7 questions that will be asked of you, and you have about a minute and a half to answer everyone. I think that's it. You do have some water. So if you're comfortable, it's now 9:23. Please kick off with your presentation. And we've got 10 minutes. I'll give you a 2-minute warning, and then, you know, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Just press your mic on the glass.
Thanks. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present my presentation to the Standing Committee. It is a privilege for me to be been shortlisted for the position. The background is that I were blessed to serve on the LLT, the Liquor Licensing Tribunal, during the COVID lockdown period, where there was a national ban on sales and alcohol at various times. And that period of time gave us glimpses in hydraulic society, and obvious resultant was fewer trauma cases, less domestic violence, less public money needed, offset negative effect on alcohol abuse, and more money in the household at needs level. The economic benefit of alcohol harms reduction is only one part of the story. The other part of the story, or the other part of the coin, concerns us as a nation, as communities and families. Strategically, significant revelations and outcomes could have been seen in, inter alia, fewer road deaths, motor vehicle and pedestrian accidents, fewer homicides, less sexual violence, less gender-based violence, etc. The ban was insightful and quantifiable, but could not continue forever. However, practical lessons were learned, valuable insights were gleaned, and management's expertise were incumbent during this period, which can now come to bear. My holistic expertise and experience of the industry where the rubber meets the road will be added value to the board. As an important disclaimer, there is no opposition to alcohol consumption, nor the provision of alcohol into communities or even societal practices, and definitely not against the industry. However, the consideration here is levied against persons, company businesses, and entities coloring proverbial outside the lines that promotes and engages in unlawful practices that promote excessive drinking. My suitability for serving on the board is aligned with my representation as a public representative, in that I'm totally involved with what is construed as the heartbeat of the community, the local CPF, the Ratepayers Association, the community church leaders, and I can function as a mouthpiece in the expressing of the granting of legal licenses. My position could bring a balance to the composition of the structure of the authority. I could straddle both worlds in terms of knowledge base, and I also believe that would be qualified to bring backroom talks to the boardroom and improve both output and the credibility of the board. Creative thinking is what we all need at the moment in terms of pricing permutations, and it could increase the financial position of the authority and less strain on the fiscus. And I could elaborate this on section 63 and 64 with the renewal of license fees. Generate innovative proposals to the authority on how to get almost 30,000, at the moment it's 36,000 Shabeens to become regulated. Introduce, that's a bit of a printing there, a corporate social investment link with the primary schools education before renewals are granted. Recommend changes to the liquor licenses criteria and payment schedules linked directly to declared turnovers, volumes, and differential pay structures and levied fees. Serving on the board could lead to augmented new age thinking, bringing fresh proposals to the considered by the minister and the oversight committees. Insight and qualifications. The LLT's role, powers and functions of the adjudication process path as found in section 16 to 25. That was the LLT's role. However, serving on the governing board of the authority takes a completely new role of governance, of oversight, and a day-to-day operations, and creates strategic vision for the authority. To contextualize my additional value proportions, while serving as chairman of the West Coast TVET College, not TV College, the geographical, which includes Atlantis, Malmesbury, Citrusdal, Friedenberg, and Friedendal, I was able to gather and obtain valuable insights with a framework of corporate governance, risk management, auditing, and internal controls. While serving on the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board, I undertook a dual role of both adjudication and governance while being cognizant of the regulation and the legislative frame constraints and parameters. Taken to the above, my other fundamental and formulated qualifications is my experience in labor law and industrial relations sectors. Both these two disciplines involve dispute resolutions, which could assist the board with its human resources aspects. This includes processes relating to CCM and labor court issues. I do believe that serving on the authority was what I could humbly bring. Only by the grace of God can it be added values to the board. These include corporate governance, upholding the King 1 to 4 principles. The corporate governance upholding the King 1 to 4 principles. I didn't include 5 because King 4 deals with committees, which is so important in terms of the authority. Human resources, strat values, all-round inherent values, and insight on research of harms reduction, advertising, and marketing. Compliance, balance, and job creation and social ills. Compliance in the liquor trade firstly requires a valid legal license, most importantly, whether for sales, manufacturing, or distributions, or on selling. The core WCL compliance requirements include licensing, formally by the traders, example, bottle stores, off-consumptions, taverns, clubs, restaurants, entities, eateries, etc., etc. Premises, liquor must only be stored and sold as per approved regulations, which is the floor plan and obviously the site plan. Trading hours and trading days, this is a key requirement, adhering to specific trading hours from 9 to 8, Mondays to Saturdays, for off-consumption, prohibiting the sale of Sundays and specific close days or public holidays. Minimum drinking age, this has always been a problem for us. It remains at 18, the minimum drinking age. There is compelling evidence that younger people start drinking at an earlier age. Managing noise levels, especially in consideration of neighboring businesses and communities, and obviously the prevention of illegal activities, which includes drugs on the premises. All these and other compliance issues can lead to fines of up to 115,000 or suspension or the revoking of the license held by the person. Social ills in the liquor licensing sphere. I must firstly commend the speciality focused white paper on harms reduction of 2017. It is a tremendous paper, and I think it is the ground rules of breaking the harms in the industry. It deals professionally with the question of social harms. It affects consequences, and I'm so thankful that the white paper has not disappeared, nor has it been discarded. Even now, the amendments of the Liquor Act include some of the recommendations, especially geared at advertising and a broader marketing. In the Western Cape, we have remarkable high density, registered outlets and businesses, but also illegally trading shebeens. To compound the dilemma, a wholly inadequate number of enforcement officers to deal with the enforcement and regulations, unfortunately coupled together with exaggerated illicit operations and activities, these result in alcohol harms in the community. It's also identified in the sector that minors and youth consumption is in excess and not for sale for under 18. Violent crimes, alcohol directly to sexual assault, murder and GBV, most alarmingly shootings in taverns, road accidents, high density of drunk driving, resurgence of road accidents post COVID-19 lockdown, economic strains and households, excessive alcohol consumption leads to financial strains, and the sales of liquor to resellers, knowledge to innate suspicion of having reasonable grounds to suspect that such persons are not licensed to resell or to sell liquor. Holistic considerations, we do also acknowledge that in moderation, there is an ascribed both health and social benefits. Moderate, responsible alcohol consumption, typical one-day drinkers or one-day drink may offer limited health benefits, limited, reduced to risk, cardiovascular disease, stroke, and 2 types of diabetes, potentially by raising DHL, good cholesterol. It may also add in relaxation and socializing. It is the abuse, toxic behavior, the disregard for constraints both logistically and personally that the unwarranted harms come into existence. It is my humble opinion that non-adherence to prescripts and regulations are bound to unwanted repercussions as a result of lack of monitoring, lack of enforcement, lack of enforced consequences. Often the harms outweigh the economic benefits on the sale of liquor. And just before I say thank you, I missed out one page which deals with job creation and job balancing. And may I just add to you, forgive me for not having the page in front of me, that during the last 2 years, we've seen an increase in online applications. I believe that at the moment, the regulated license holders in the Western Cape is 1,140, and it has been an increase over the last year. However, although it increased the GDP, it never increased job creation, because with the online applications now, we have got one person sitting in the room with a laptop, and we don't have a bottle store who can employ at least 7 to 8 people or 10 people at the most. And indeed, the online applications has crippled job creation within the industry. Although the economic growth was there, but there are fewer jobs that we can balance out. Also, the e-commerce has crippled the townships where there's bottle stores, and there's been breakdowns with internet, etc. So there has been a decline in job creation within the liquor trade. And that is why I thank you for your indulgence and opportunity to present my report.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm going to hand you over now to the panel for the questions. Member Kaiser-Philander.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. Fredericks, the first question to you. What are the negative social impacts of the liquor trade, and how do you think it should be solved?
The impacts on the liquor trade is, number one, the issue of advertising. If you look at what the other countries has done in terms of advertising, they have, for instance, said that liquor advertising should only be after 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock at night, simply because of the minors that watch TV. So that has been a major influence in terms of advertising. The other thing that we have with ills is that because of the online concept, there has been no regulation. There has been not one online application found that has been had a fine, because there is no compliance. You cannot judge an online liquor person who has an online application. You can only see that if we can follow the delivery, then you can see that a lot of those liquor being bought online is actually going to minors. And that ills probably with minors is a big problem. The other problem that I see with apart from advertising is the fact that the industry has not allowed to become more educated in terms of Section 31 of the Act. We've had no educational output in terms of Section 1 where there has been input to primary schools. So the ills has increased. There has been, and of course, my biggest thing is that with the amendments and with the thing coming, that we have to look at increasing the age from 18 to 21. If there's going to be opposition and lobbying by the traders, we could probably look at a 3-year increase of 19, 20, and 21. That's my biggest thing on the ills that's happened.
Mr. Fredericks, question number 2. Please describe the challenges of handling liquor licenses in the different communities.
Like I said, e-commerce has played a part. There is, at the moment, 9,140 regulated outlets. There is 36,000 unregulated shebeens in the Western Cape. And that information I got over the radio with Cape Talk when they were interviewing the Mitchells Plain Cape Traders Association. So what has happened is that the 35 or 30 odd inspectors that we have in the liquor industry is unable to get to 9,140 outlets within 1 year. It's absolutely impossible. It takes them at least 2.5 years to visit at least one of them to find out what's happening. And what you have is in the townships is that because of the density, because of the fact that there is no zoning regulations, we have never seen the fact where we could possibly take the breweries and say to the breweries, why can't you set aside 3 million or 4 million rand for us to get the 36,000 people regulated? And that would mean simply that we can get more people, less money, more money in the fiscus, and we can get more money in the authority itself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fredericks.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Thank you very much,
Oh, okay.
Mr. Fredericks.
Thank you.
You can have water.
I'm fine.
Are you sure? How do you foresee different departments cooperating with one another to ensure a legal, vibrant industry?
different departments within the authority.
How do you foresee different departments cooperating with one another to ensure a legal, vibrant industry?
One of the areas that I've researched is that each authority in each province has their own set of rules. There is need for the provinces to get together and have one set of regulations. Let me give you an example. In Natal, every renewal license has to have, before it can be renewed, and the renewal fees are 6,000 Rand. Every time in Durban, when a renewal has to come up, they have to have a CSI to tell the authority what did that licensee do to schools and education before the license can be approved. So although within the Western Cape, the act says to us that the board or the authority cannot interfere with the LLT, and that's what the law says. However, there should be far more discussions within internal groups to improve the authority, and especially improve the authority with pricing, because we are putting a tremendous strain on the fiscus where we've got freebies within the industry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. How do you envisage the WCLA playing a role in expanding and growing the inclusive liquor industry, particularly assisting the economically disadvantaged?
Okay, if you look at the renewal fees, and the renewal fees comes up in section 63 and 64 of the Act. The renewal fees is 6,440. Now, if you look at that figure and you say to yourself that at a restaurant or a club like the Saint, one bottle of champagne costs 6,000 Rand, which is a problem in terms of where I stand. And I think what the liquor authority should be doing, they should be categorizing the renewal fees into volumes and to turnover. For instance, 6,000 Rand is being paid by Mackerel, by Woolworths, by Shoprite, and 6,000 Rand is also being paid by the little bottle store around the corner. Where if we could categorize the licenses into 5 categories, for instance, or small, medium, large, and maybe extra large, that indeed would be an increase on the income for the authority.
Thank you very much. The 5th question is, if you can give an example of an ethical quandary that you faced and how you have dealt with it.
The problem that you have, and I'm speaking from experience in terms of approaching and speaking to youth at youth gatherings, which is one of the areas that I do. I asked a 14-year-old and a 15-year-old, why are you drinking? And the surprise to that, which I think is going to be a good example, is that we drink because of the advert on TV that says not for under 18s. And that really shook me from a primary school youngster who sees the advert of an under 18, that it's actually a challenge, that he wants to know what is the adults then hiding from us. And of course, with the online gambling, with the online liquor, and there's no area of how you can see who signs the liquor. You know, if it's an 18-year-old, because the verification system that we have for online doesn't include that. All you must do, you must produce, you can take your dad's ID and produce it, and then anybody can drink. So the whole household and all the children become exposed. So I would say that really advertising should be looked at in terms of curbing this situation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fredericks. Question number 6. What are the current problems around stakeholder and community engagement, and what, in your view, are the solutions to addressing these issues?
The community sees that we are giving licenses to core businesses that is not liquor. For instance, it would be surprising for the standing committee to see that the extension of core business, that even a barber now, a hairdresser, is able to get a liquor license. And it has been extended where communities are saying to us, but if the core business is cutting hair, why are we giving a liquor license to someone which is not their core business? And I think that is a serious situation that obviously could be addressed. Then obviously the problem of under 18s will always be a problem, and the problem of advertising will always be a problem. And then, of course, the situation of not educating in terms of Section 31, we just don't have any more education to primary schools like we used to have in telling youngsters the harms of alcohol.
Mr. Fredericks, this is your last question for the morning. How can modernizing technology systems help with law enforcement in the liquor trade?
As I said, I was very instrumental in drawing up the verification program and the verification. And I must say that the Western Cape has got the best verification program for online liquor trade. However, the inspectors are not finding it easy to find whether these people are in compliance or not. If the liquor industry can introduce the same machine that is being used by Vodacom, NTN, and those people, that has a machine, I don't know what is the name of the machine, but if you want to buy a cell phone online and they bring it to your house, you actually have to produce all your verification papers and a fingerprint that you are actually the owner that has applied for that machine. At the moment, when we get to the commerce, the order is placed with the license holder. He gives it out to the farm. The farm collects the wine. The farm gets Uber Eats to deliver it to the customer, and that's where it goes. And nobody knows whether there's a compliance or whether there is a number, and nobody knows as to whether it's going to under 18s. So that area, I believe, should be investigated and should be discussed more. And the regulations should be changed in terms of verification.
Right, thank you. That is all the questions. Thank you very much for coming in, for doing the presentation and answering our questions. In terms of the process going forward, we've got interviews today and tomorrow. We then forward our recommendations to the department, and the department is the one that then makes the decision.
Yeah.
So that's what our time periods are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Drive
much.
carefully.
Yeah, thank you very
Thanks,
much for
Zach.
everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, let's deal with this with even further. This will give us a couple of minutes just to scoring. Right, thank you very much for attending on this meeting, coming to this interview. As you know, it's for the Western Cape Liquor Authority. I'm Benedicta van Minnen. I'm the chair of the committee. I'm just going to allow everyone to introduce themselves. Thereafter, we will give you 10 minutes for the presentation. I'll just give you an idea of time. Are you okay reading it off the screens? Great. Oh, you've got it. Great. And then it's 7 questions from the committee members. And let's take it from there. So yes, if I can just introduce to my left.
Morning, Wasim Matthews, Procedural Officer.
Good morning, Ms. Liebenberg. My name is Wendy Kaiser-Philander, and I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Memory Boyson, also a member of this committee.
Good morning. My name is Benson Menzu, the member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning. Ganita Stevens, and I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning. I'm Peter Johnson, also a member of this committee.
Great. If you're ready, please go ahead. It's now 2 minutes to 10. It's 9:58. I'll give you a 2-minute warning when you've got 2 minutes left. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee. I think I'm going to stand up here out of respect as well, if you don't mind. The first point is this: I did stick to your headings as far as possible, and it was my suitability and value add and contribution. I've got leadership experience over 15 years in governance, audit and performance audit committees, also as the municipal accounting officer when I was municipal manager of 2 municipalities and sub-council manager the past 7 years. And I bring extensive expertise in senior municipal leadership and also demonstrated within local government governance and commitment to community engagement. Next slide, please. The value add summary are those 4 points. Governance, that I'm committed to balancing governance with community needs and ensuring decisions foster accountability while meeting the diverse expectations of stakeholders in the liquor landscape, in the whole licensing landscape. Legally sound, my expertise is to support legally sound decisions that align with regulations and community interests, promoting a safe environment for consumers and fostering trust in the liquor licensing process. Risk management, with a strong focus and expertise in risk management, I could assist by potentially identifying potential challenges and mitigating early while supporting sustainable growth within the liquor industry. Practical insight, I suppose that comes with age, but I didn't put my age there, but you can see insight. Although I sometimes, on a lighter note, I feel that the older we are, the less we feel we know. You know, the confidence disappears. You realize it's much more complicated. But my extensive experience will ensure insight into the liquor regulated operations, enabling informed decision-making. Next slide. Insights into myself. So I am committed to ethical leadership and governance. I'm driven by integrity and a strong commitment to public service. My passion lies in fostering safe and thriving communities, ensuring their well-being through responsible governance. My experience in compliance and stakeholder engagement has shaped my approach to decision-making and collaboration. So I believe in the significance of community input and actively seek to incorporate diverse perspectives into the governance process. My career has been closely aligned with governance and policy implementation, and while demonstrating my dedication to enhancing public service effectiveness, the insights gained from my roles equip me to understand challenges related to liquor licensing while prioritizing community safety and support. By merging my professional experience with a genuine desire to contribute positively, I'm committed to making a meaningful contribution within the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board. Thank you. My relevant qualifications and experience, highlighting key achievements. Community engagement, 30+ years. So more than 30 years ago, I started as a sport and recreation officer. I managed a recreation centre amongst many others in Mitchell's Plain. And through the years after that, being director city parks, being municipal manager, which is then really legally you're required to, with community engagement, to really participate in and engage. And then the past 7 years also as a sub-council manager with the city. Strategic decision making, 26 years. 26 years ago, I became a director city parks of one of the small municipalities at the time with the city of Cape Town. And since then, in my positions as director and municipal manager and sub-council manager, I was involved in strategic planning, monitoring, implementation. Economic development, which I believe is important in this board. I've directly got 14 years experience as the municipal managers of 2 municipalities and also the past 7 years as sub-council manager. Okay. Compliance and social impact. This is where it becomes difficult. I know when you're going to ask me the questions as well. But the compliance and law enforcement is vital for maintaining a responsible and sustainable sector. It ensures that license holders not only adhere to the established conditions, but also uphold the community's trust. Fair enforcement, equitable application of laws and regulations to all licenses or licensees, mitigating illegal trading, to active monitor to prevent unlicensed sales, protecting both consumers and legitimate businesses. Effective enforcement strategies, the implementation of proactive measures to address and reduce alcohol-related harms, fostering a safer environment for communities. Partnerships regarding enforcement and education. And by prioritizing compliance and law enforcement, we can promote a liquor industry that contributes positively to economic growth while safeguarding public health. Thank you. Job creation and social impact. The job creation aspects, and this is where it becomes tricky, because if you haven't worked for the liquor board as such or the liquor authority, you actually don't. All that I know is the monitoring of jobs that are created throughout the industry. Because when people apply for a liquor license, they say this is the estimated number of jobs. So how else one would be able to monitor it and to align strategies? That will be an interesting question and a strategy. The social ills, I've put there only protecting vulnerable women, youth, children, persons with disabilities. For me, it is such a depressing thing to think of. Working, for example, Robertson, McGregor, Langeberg municipality, the impact for fetal alcohol syndrome, which you see literally all over you, it's in your face. In the city, obviously the abuse of vulnerable people. Nowadays, I also believe men are also vulnerable. I've got 2 friends who are run programs for men's vulnerability because they're also not protected. But growing up in alcoholic families where there's alcoholism, protecting children, old people, everybody from the harms of alcohol is such a challenging thing that I can't pretend to know how to address it other than through intensive priorities, decide what is the priority, what is within the board's mandate, because there's always that thin line, and what partnerships can be created. But for me, this is so sad because, I mean, if you read about it, also, it's as if the whole of South Africa are just a alcohol-induced society. You know, if you look at us compared to other countries. Yeah, so I become quite emotional if I talk about that, but yeah, partnerships. And that's me combining deep municipal expertise with governance excellence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, let us start with the questions. Member Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Ms. Liebenberg. Thank you very much for that very insightful presentation. My first question to you, what are the negative social impacts of the liquor trade, and how do you think it should be solved?
Okay. Okay, the negative social impacts of liquor trade are those ones that I've outlined. So it's for me about alcoholism, abuse of liquor, and where that is actively allowed by illegal trading. Because I do believe if it's legal trading, that somehow the liquor authority approved the liquor license in the right environment and the right location, etc. But the negative social impacts of harm to vulnerable people, addiction, traffic violations, traffic accidents, death, those are the negatives. I want to say it might not be the liquor traders their fault because it's a societal problem. You know, if I grow up in an alcoholic house, how am I going, or on a farm in Robertson where my grandfather was fed alcohol, how am I going to break the cycle? So the social impacts of unproductivity, of mental health, of death, those for me, I mean, it's so vast. How to solve it? For me, I mean, I thought about this quite a bit coming to this interview. Sometimes it's easier just to turn away and think, okay, I'm not involved, I don't have to solve it. But if the liquor board wants to get, or the liquor authority wants to get involved in solving it, continue, or first of all for me is identify what do we want to focus on, because it's such a vast challenge. So where does the board or the liquor authority want to become involved in? I looked at last year's performance report, and I saw that it does speak about partnerships, education, because the one thing where I find where people are still really be willing in the liquor trade, where they're willing to be educated, is where they don't have their license yet. Then everybody goes to those education sessions, you know, then because this now my liquor license is depending on that. So there are certain spots or areas where one can quite easily get into education. Regarding partnerships, the municipalities now have health committees where SAPS and social department and everybody serves on the health committees. So maybe there's a way in to get involved and to partner. But once again, once we've decided, or you've decided, what is the priority? Where can you make an impact on the negative social impacts of the liquor trade?
Question number 2, describe the challenges of handling liquor licenses in the different communities.
Okay, I assume if you say different communities, that it can be to do with, for example, formal versus informal settlements, income level, because we went on a tour of Galicia the other day, and I mean, there are informal parts where I know the people earn a lot of money and they make a lot of money. So it's maybe also about income levels of the, if we define different communities, the challenge of handling liquor license in different communities. I know if I start with the zoning, I know there is a very big problem with the way in which municipalities zone areas, and where the if you live in a more informal, lower income area and you want to establish a business, you don't have, maybe you don't even have a laptop. Now you have to get the forms. Now you have to, you don't have a job, you want to establish a business. Now you have to drive or get somebody to go and drop off your forms, your applications form, your zoning plans, your zone certificates, all of that at the Belleville offices, for example. So in a less a community where there aren't many access to opportunities, the question is, how does the liquor authority provide those opportunities in a fair way that people can apply? And then the municipalities have to be involved, because then if even most of my friends who supposed to know how things work, they don't know what zoning is, or they don't know where's the local municipal office to find out the zoning. Then they say it must be a nice map. Now, where do you get a map? You know, most people, if you don't have access to a lot of money, where do you get those maps? So the challenge really in a lower income area is much bigger. Just to get to apply. The challenge in some of the areas where they have access to more resources, I think the handling of liquor licenses, then the people become very demanding. And why does it take so long? You know, and obviously that for me is the biggest mistake ever. Whenever somebody tries and pressure you into something, you know, things might go horribly wrong. So the challenge of then still come across as very professional. And I must say the liaison that we as sub-council managers had with the liquor authority, it's very, the people are very professional, very helpful, but not to be pressured into making quick decisions and into where they have legal threats. It looks as if you want to ask a follow-up question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. The third question is, how do you foresee different departments cooperating with one another to ensure a legal, vibrant industry? How do you foresee different departments cooperating with one another to ensure a legal, vibrant industry? Thank you.
Again, for me, it is to decide on what is the emphasis. The emphasis that you say is to ensure a vibrant legal industry. What was your last word? Yeah.
How see
Yeah.
Government
To work together.
how do you foresee different departments, right? Very important. Cooperating
with one another,
Mm.
okay, to ensure a legal boyfriend industry.
Mm. Yeah. Okay. What I see currently is that there are different vehicles where people have to talk, the different departments have to talk to each other. So for me, the one is I would want to identify who has the objectives to make sure that there's a legal liquor industry, who have that as the objective. So it's the economic development department, for example. It is tourism, and in this instance, public safety. So the different departments should be identified, and how they would work together if it is in their KPIs. Wherever there's a little thing about we want to make sure the liquor industry is thriving or small businesses are established. I mean, there is a department who in the city and in province who look after small businesses and economic growth to identify all of them. And if it is in the liquor authorities' mandate to do that, then everybody must sit together and look at how do we get everybody together to plan together and to know these are their key performance indicators and their strategies to achieve, that they don't duplicate, but that they work together towards the same principles. The how, unfortunately or fortunately, somebody will have to champion it. If somebody doesn't say, this is the objective, to get different departments to cooperate, then, for example, is it Mr. George? Is he still the CEO? Who's now the other? Yeah. Then, for example, he will have to organize that somebody identify through the heads of departments, through the ministers and the heads of departments, the role players who should work together on this and report on this. Now, the recent one that I saw with the city are the health committees. Now, the health committees were established where they have to meet on a regular basis and report back to province on how they work together. Now, for example, if you decide health committees is an easy vehicle, because we've got 20 of them already in the city, and of the smaller municipalities might have them in the district municipalities, then one can always engage with them and say, please report on these indicators in your area, also to us, to the health committee and to the liquor board. So it could be tourism, social development even can contribute to this. Law enforcement in the city. I must say the city people are involved and municipal people. They don't know half of the challenges. So part of the how is, how do we educate everybody to be on the same wavelength, to work together on this? Because we've had for where we get a lot of community complaints for a liquor outlet, a bar. We had city police, city law enforcement. Everybody goes there and want to solve this problem of conflict. Then we discovered, but some of the law enforcement people from the city, they don't know how it works. Where SAPS will also serve on the health committees now. That's been established throughout the city and the province, for example. But not every, the first step is almost the education also, once you've identified the role players, and then work together towards the KPIs.
Thank you. Question 4. How do you emphasize the WCLA playing a role in expanding and growing an inclusive liquor industry, particularly assisting the economically disadvantaged?
Sorry, can you repeat that, especially the first part?
How do you envisage the WCLA playing a role in expanding and growing an inclusive liquor industry, particularly assisting the economically disadvantaged?
And I thought about this as well, about how do we expand the industry in the with the economic disadvantaged sector or areas. And sometimes I read a lot. My other job is to manage or to coach municipal managers. So I read a lot about, from planning perspective, the ideal town, the ideal city, the ideal suburb. What does it look like? And for me, it's really also about, have we spent any time with the planners and the economists on what should the ideal community look like? Where do we want to, and if this is the ideal community that we want to build, with enough parks, businesses, schools, houses, business areas, what does that look like? And then to see, okay, what are hampering the lower income areas? On the other hand, the worst thing that can happen is that I assume to know. So somehow, if we haven't asked the people, what is stopping you from entering the market, the liquor industry, we won't be able to address their concerns. So once we know what it is, then we can start looking at, okay, how do we unlock it? And that could actually be a simple exercise to know and to then sit with the role players and say, this is the problem. What are we going to do? Yeah, it's not as easy, but I really think the approach of not assuming we know what is hampering them. I was quite surprised. I read somewhere in one of your reports, for example, the number of approved liquor outlets and restaurants, etc., in Kalicha. So the question is, how much more, and in which areas? Where are those areas that would be in any township or suburb can be identified? If you want a liquor outlet, here's a spot. And how do we then facilitate for people to equally be able to apply and assist? And maybe it's like the old library buses. I think I read about that as well, that the Liquor Authority has started with that, where you go out to communities to help them with admin processes and so on.
Okay, the fifth question is if you can give an example of an ethical quandary that you have faced and how you dealt with it. An ethical quandary that you faced and how did you deal with it?
I have to say to you, if I'm successful in this position, my first thing will be to not tell anybody that I am with the liquor board, because that will immediately make life easier if nobody knows, because I can imagine, the worst case. I've been very fortunate in my life where I've had ethical quandaries. Mine over the many years. Here and there, there's small things. Do we skip the supply chain process? Do we only? It's becoming more difficult, but do we ask only for this one for catering quote and so on? But that's easy to stop in its tracks, and it was never that was fraudulent planned activities, more admin related. But I've twice had a challenge with appointments, the wonderful process that you're now going through. And at the end of the day, you recommend, I was on a committee of one of the municipalities, also legally established committee to appoint people where we had councillors and specialists in employment on this committee. It's advertised. We had the interviews. We recommend according to the employment equity policy and that the person can do the job. Recommend, and then we asked to not appoint the recommended person. And in those instances, I'm covered by a whole committee. But I was actually expected to go back to that committee and say, you know, maybe a reference check didn't show that the person is recommended. And so it was that dilemma or quandary that where you have to say the risk, you know, and there's a risk in the municipal environment both ways. You can perhaps get away with it in this instance, but later it might catch up with you. So I've been at that point where I actually said, you know what, if you would like me to change the recommendation, you actually need to put it in writing to the committee to rather re-advertise, go the whole process. But I, as an individual, I'm not going to throw that, which we can influence sometimes, but I'm not willing to throw any process. Because I mean, that's where age comes in. It will come back to bite you. You shouldn't only be ethical for fear, obviously, but it never works, and it never works out to be unethical.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms. Liebenberg, question number 6. What are the current problems around stakeholder and community engagement, and what are the solutions to addressing these issues?
I can't begin to think that I know the answers, you know, and I did think about these a lot in preparation for this. And so I was trying to put myself back into the complaints that we received most. I said we received in cities and municipalities about like giving licenses, and then afterwards it proved to not be the right decision. And then you think about why wasn't the neighbors consulted, for example. So I think a current problem is, and I can't speak throughout the Western Cape regarding consultation and engagement with stakeholders. But where the stakeholders, the industry, the liquor industry, is almost not viewed with approval of licenses as a stakeholder. It's the individual business, or maybe the whole of Checkers, ShopRite, or whatever. They the applicant. So are they a stakeholder? They are given opportunities to come and present, you know, if there are questions. The comments problems regarding the stakeholders in municipalities, SAPs, the liquor officer, the Department of Health in the city, or wherever environmental health is, because they also have to comment on applications. And then the ward committees and the community groups that's on the database of municipalities. Now, the problem with that is if any of those stakeholders currently, years ago, there was a process where also the neighbors, residents who are maybe close to a liquor proposed whatever on consumption or off consumption. Years ago, they had to be also to get the direct neighbors, say 10 houses or whatever, or their input. Currently, that fell off. You know, it's just out of the blue, that's not necessary anymore. So there's a gap. Because if for some reason a little business are zoned to be able to sell liquor and that slips through the community participation process and I'm that neighbor, I become a victim of stakeholder engagement that didn't work. So some of the problems is some communities and individuals who should comment, they're not considered to comment. Schools, they don't have to comment at this stage, not within the city. If it slips in the admin process that SAPS didn't comment, but SAPS always comment. I don't think that will slip past the Liquor Authority. But the environmental health officer is now on leave. Now somebody else didn't, and that application slips through. The environmental health officer can check business licensing rights, the community, if there's social problems, all of that, and comment. If that slips, the zoning. If there isn't a proof, but I must say from experience, the Liquor Authority is very good at that, to check the zoning certificate and so on. So for me, the problems is a few of the stakeholders can maybe not comment, because it was even an email in December, beginning of December. Now we send out the email to all the community organizations. They're not going to look at the emails again, maybe in February. So sometimes just email based. I ask you for comments. If you didn't respond, it's not a requirement for the community organization to actually respond. So then it becomes the problem, the ones that the comments, the stakeholder engagement, it slipped between the cracks. Solution? Yeah, I was wondering about that as well. You know, do we say, or it's to again go and check where are the liquor authorities got the problem children, the problem establishments, to see was there anything that could have been tightened up in the stakeholder engagement that we didn't now have this establishment, and then to tighten the processes. The only problem with tightening process, as you know, takes longer to approve. But once you sit with that, it's a very difficult problem. Thank you.
Last question for the morning. How can modernizing technology systems help with law enforcement of the liquor trade?
Help with law enforcement. Okay, I actually discussed this with some young tech people to say, okay, what can you do nowadays? You've got AI, you've got apps, you've got tablets that you walk around. How would you do that? And the one guy, but he's too busy with his masters in physics or something, he said, you know what, Krista, shouldn't you then go to a university and pose the problem and say, don't one of you want to, isn't there a competition there where all of you come up with solutions, you know, on propose solutions with cost, and then another department can cost it and we can decide what to implement. But once again, the question here is, we want to increase law enforcement. That is what you're saying. How do you have better law enforcement? I don't know. I'm not a tech person. I go on AI courses. We walk around with tablets. So I was thinking the city, maybe it is also, I read in your annual report from last year, the people there are law enforcement agencies with tablets. All the information's on there, And maybe the law enforcement officer who now responds first, but he's now an intern or whatever the new intakes, he doesn't know. But if he's got the tablet, he can immediately see this business, this address, these are the requirements. They're not supposed to sell liquor before 12 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the morning. So if all the approved licenses are on some database, like the new one that I'm so scared of, the number plate recognition system. If you now drive anywhere in the Western Cape, for example, a bus can see whether you've got any traffic violations just by looking at your number plate. And maybe there's a similar system on an app or tablets where at least you can immediately see. On Saturday, we were at the wine farm. And I'm starting to look around. I say, okay, there's this microman, they're making brandy. And they obviously say, so now I'm starting to look around, thinking, where are their licenses displayed? You know? So it's funny, the awareness, but I would say if there's a system where at least all the law enforcement agencies have access, or even if you work for the city, I can look at the value of your house, your zoning. Why don't we add a layer of liquor license approval conditions, everything in there? The law enforcement in all of the municipalities, they're quite advanced with what they call the EPIC system, with all the stats, the data. I read also that they note when they visit all the liquor establishments within a year afterwards, they go and check, are they? So if everybody who visits establishments, environmental health, have access to a system, and we can all see, but 50 of us have been at this place already. What is going on here? But when I walk in, I know, are they allowed to even trade liquor? So I would say to automate that, but you're talking to a person who, I know I know my banking app, and that's about it, a little bit of AI studying and so on. But there must be lots of systems where we can. I read also, what about the the enforcement agencies? They have cameras on them, they can immediately, almost, they're covered with what is going to happen in this establishment. Other techs would be also breathalyzers. They're talking about cloud things where immediately, if somebody files something, it can be pulled into a cloud where linked to your ID. And nobody can now, like happening at the moment, maybe the record disappears. Yeah, so there are lots of things happening out there, but the question is, what is the priority and how can one address that? So sorry, there's a problem again with age. You realize you don't know the answers.
Great, thank you very much. And thank you very much for coming through. Really appreciate that, your presentation and your answering of the questions. Going forward, we will interview today and tomorrow and then send our recommendations to the department, and then the department will be in further touch.
Oh,
thank you very much.
Thank
I really
you.
appreciate that.
Thank you, and all of the best. It's not an easy job to interview, but at least they're looking after you with a few sandwiches.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really. Thanks, sir. Okay, our next candidates are here. The next slot is at 10 to 10. It's now 20 to 10. Can I just recommend a 10-minute break, just for a body break, grab some coffee, see if anyone's left you anything to eat outside. And then we start again at 10 to. Thank you very much. Can I just borrow your cord for 10 minutes? Thanks very much. It amazes me, my Apple, if I charge it, will be great. This does not stay charged very long.
I've noticed my
Mr. Makanyana, thank you very much for joining us. Just to introduce ourselves, I'm Benedicta van Minnen. I am the chair of the panel. And obviously, as you know, we're doing the interviews now for the Liquor Authority. Thank you very much for coming down. Let's just introduce ourselves and then I'll explain the process.
Good morning, Wasim Matthews, Procedural Officer.
Good morning, Wendy Kaiser-Philander, member of the committee.
I'm Memory Boyson, also member of the committee.
What's the time? Okay. Good morning. My name is Benson Manzo, the member of the committee. Thank you.
Morning. Donita Stevens, member of the committee.
Good morning, Peter Johnson, member of the committee.
We also have member Kasim who is online. In terms of the process, as you know, there's a presentation which you're going to give us. You've got 10 minutes. We'll keep an eye on the time for you. After that, we've got 7 questions from the panel, which they will ask you. And yeah, are you ready to proceed? Great, thank you. Just press the glass panel when you, there we go. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Chair and members of the panel. So just to begin my presentation, perhaps by way of introduction, my name is Rethabile Thapo Makwanyane. I am an advocate with the Johannesburg Society of Advocates, sitting at Thulamela Chambers in Sandton. Moreover, I've recently, I think it's a month in, also been appointed as a commissioner with the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. And I'm a governance enthusiast and perhaps a bit too soon to call myself an expert, but an expert to be in governance and litigation. Thank you. So on this slide, I've basically just explained as well who I am in terms of my experience. Further to what I've alluded to is I also sit on the audit committee in the Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport in the Free State province. And I'm a LLM candidate for human rights litigation, hoping to complete the qualification in the next year or two. And also an LLB holder for that, and a Bachelor of Social Science degree at the University of Cape Town. And those are sort of the academic as well as the professional credentials that make who I am. Thank you. Perhaps to also, it might be prudent to take the panelists throughout my professional journey. So I started off many years ago as a digital strategist for an organization called African Solidarity that ran access to education programs in the Free State, which is where I did my high schooling, and post high school I focused mainly on that. Thereafter, I became a private banker with FNB for a number of years. And as well an EE Forum chairperson when I was a banker. Then I segued into risk with probably one of the biggest books in banking, which is structured lending at FNB. And I must say this is what sort of began the journey of the love for compliance, regulatory, and just sort of that commercial public interest convergence, if I may. It was a short-lived journey because I had to make the decision quite early on in sort of my life to become an advocate before life and its commitments sort of take over. You know, it's so much easier to live your dreams when there's still time to do that and there isn't any complications. I then went to the bar and I became an advocate. And when I became an advocate, it sort of opened all these horizons that have also, to a certain extent, led me to where I am, with the WCLA being the next journey in that evolution. Thank you. Perhaps this is, for the panelists at the very least, I think the most important one is why me over all the other people? And perhaps to give certain points is that the idea of compliance, the idea of regulatory frameworks, and the idea of the law segueing into how we build community, as well as how we sort of envision what commercial practices are important in that building of community, the law, and the people. I want to, with the greatest of respect, submit that the why me question is answered by my experience in all of those roles that have sort of come together. And particularly the fact that I also understand what accountability means, what oversight means, and what consequence management is truly about. And I think the WCLA is truly looking for someone who can embody those principles and take the organization forward. So perhaps not to be long-winded there, but that's the why me. And then what do I bring to the WCLA? It's a very interesting one, I must say. So the authority just has what I term a constitutional duty more than a regulatory duty, to ensure that the authority acts with more legal certainty, and ensuring that both the purpose of the act is fulfilled, but also in terms of the purpose of the operators and the community that they're fulfilled. So it plays, in as much as it's a regulatory position, but it's also a constitutional one, in that assurance of everything being made together. And I think that sort of segues into what I bring. I bring a social sciences qualification that has a view of what community is. I bring a law degree and a practice, which is what the regulation and the act would require one to also understand. I bring a commercial practice in terms of having been in risk at FNB, having been a private advisor, and sort of understanding the dynamics of what sort of commercial practices need from one from time to time. And also lastly, then, I also bring sort of this, as I said, the cross-sector synthesis of all of those coming together and being a benefit and a contribution to the board, in a way that sort of synchronizes all of that and harmonizes it all together. Commercial, legal, and compliance background that ensures that the WCA grows as an organization. And just for purposes of this slide, it was more on the what I term compliance with the liquor trade, and that we need to ensure that sort of the philosophy here is that compliance is a pathway and not necessarily a wall. Because I often hear, sorry, a lot of people speak about, for example, regulation as being a wall. So my philosophy in relation to this is that it's not necessarily a wall. And I'll explain it in this way. So the argument is that when we regularize a lot, we are ending sort of the commercial element to it. However, sort of the nuance that I also bring to this conversation is that, particularly when we're dealing with the liquor authority, where the consumers are also the business, when we don't sort of regularize the industry, what ends up happening, some of the data that I've shared, is that those who are users or who sort of are the buyers in the system, when you lose them, you've effectively lost the entire industry. So the loss that we need to sort of prevent is not necessarily the financial loss that comes with, regularizing the industry, but it's recognizing that there's also the reality that if you don't regularize it in that way, those that benefit or those that contribute to it rather would be lost through, some of the stats that I shared is that 50% of murders in the Western Cape are attributed to alcohol and its abuse. FAS, the entrenched cycle of poverty, is all sort of that social ill context that the regularizing the industry actually helps, as opposed to where others see it as being somewhat of a loss in relation to that. And yeah, so the final slide is just to share the numbers in relation to that, and sort of how my philosophy in terms of compliance with the liquor trade is to be envisioned. There's 8. And so this is the data that I was speaking about, that there is a human cost of unregulated sort of alcohol. And that's also very important for us, because if we don't then regulate this, we've got 50% of the Western Cape being in murders, 37.9 billion in annual economic cost to South Africa as a result of that. The Western Cape has the highest FAS rate, and this is why. And I was going through the annual performance as well, that some of the goals that has been set out is to educate, and the regulation is very important in terms of, I think generally we want to be number one in many things, but when it's the FAS rate, we need to do some kind of work in relation to that. And just generally, 67% of domestic violence involving alcohol, regulation ensures teaching and education, which effectively would translate in that number also dropping. Thank you. And on this slide, it's the balancing act of sort of the economic imperatives versus the community safety, where on the one side is we've got to acknowledge the economic reality that the liquid industry employs thousands of people. And that's a reality that we can't shy away from. Many of those are also what I term survival enterprises, which is sort of unlicensed shebeens and so on. And we've got to acknowledge this reality of that being an economic imperative. And how we deal with the unlicensed shebeens is we don't deal with them in terms of eliminating their existence. We deal with them in terms of formalizing their existence. And I think this is where the authority comes in to say that, well, here is a reality that we're living with. Let us formalize those that have not been formalized. And on the right-hand side is the community safety. The reality is that sort of the outlet density has got a relation to the murder rate. We all know the effects of sort of alcohol that sort of relates to all the ills that I've highlighted. And the reality is that if those that have been unlicensed are operating, but there's also the reality that those that have been licensed as operators, they may be supplying to those that are not regulated, or for lack of a better term, the illegals. And unfortunately, that system then undermines the whole system and sort of has meaningful consequences, which is why I firmly believe that if we regulate those that have not been formalized, we sort of cut or nip at the very least the cycle. So the essence of this is that smart regulation does two things. It protects livelihoods and community. And that is the job that I think WCLA has. Thank you. On this slide is the sort of the coordinated, or what I call the coordinated ecosystem of all the actors within WCLA. I will not expand further on that because I'm very much aware that the committee is sort of quite aware of that. But I think the most important one in all of this is perhaps the communities and ensuring that in everything that we do in the process is centered around the community, because their constitutional objections, they're often real, and those might be what others term as a hindrance to all of this. But when we center community in all our decision making and all the law enforcement in the entire ecosystem, in as much as they work together, I think it's important to center those communities, because that's where business comes from, that's where the safety comes from. And yeah, that's just my contribution on this one. And then just on the last slide, I think being the right person at the right time is also very important. And I firmly believe that when we treat liquor regulation not as a bureaucratic exercise, but rather as a constitutional exercise, we begin to unfold sort of everything that exists within this. Because truly speaking, liquor regulation touches on dignity, touches on safety, touches on equality, touches on the economic excess. And that is sort of the constitutional exercise that we should speak about, and not necessarily only a bureaucratic exercise. And I think with the greatest of respect, again, submit I'm the right person in relation to this, because I also believe it is the right time. The last slide is I've made very bold submissions, and the authority for some of these submissions that I've made is on this last slide, in terms of the fines, the murders, FAS, and so forth. Thank you very much for your time, panelists.
Thank you very much. I'll hand over to the panel for their questions.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Advocate Makonyana. My first question to you: what are the negative social impacts of the liquor trade, and how do you think it should be solved? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question, member. So as I've also highlighted in a way, the social ills are sort of the murders that are linked to alcohol, the entrenched poverty cycle that often happens when sort of communities have this over-reliance on alcohol, be it as a way to escape the reality, or as sadly, I know there are some areas where it's still practiced, where alcohol is a form of payment for services that are rendered. So that is the social ill that we often faced with. And my solution to this, and it seems very simplistic for quite a nuanced problem, but what happens with the social ills is that as long as there's education in relation to those ills, we begin the process. It's not entirely the end of it, but we begin the process of eliminating those ills. When people are aware of what is wrong, then they begin to act in a particular way. If you know that we shouldn't be, and I'm making this as an example, if you know you shouldn't be drinking water because there are sort of parasites within it, and there's education in relation to that aspect, then you will not be drinking that particular water. But for as long as we operate within this framework where the ills are there, but there isn't necessarily the education or the practicalities of how we do away with those ills, that's where I think the problem will be. Thank you very much for the question.
Question number 2. Describe the challenges of handling liquor licenses in the different communities.
Sure. Thank you very much for that. For sake of time as well, I'll try and give the one example, which is perhaps anecdotal. Where a regulator or someone who wants to operate within the system makes an application to open an outlet, and they've sort of seen this a place where they can do that, but then they're faced with the difficulty that the outlet is 200-300 meters away from a primary school or even a secondary school, or a few meters away from sort of another of these recreational facilities. The challenge would be in trying to adjudicate in terms of giving that particular operator the license, even though we would be firmly aware of the benefits that would be for the community in terms of the employment that might come from that. But we also have to be alive to the dangers of having an operator within a few meters from a primary school or few meters from a recreational facility like a gym, whatever the case is. So those are some of the challenges that that we'll be faced with. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. This is question 3. Our interest is, how do you foresee different departments cooperating with one another to ensure a legal, vibrant industry?
To ensure legal.
How do you foresee different departments cooperating with one another to ensure a legal, vibrant industry?
Okay. Thank you very much for that question as well. So it's very interesting because before we walked into this room, we're having sort of this brief conversation about the lack of synchronization that takes place inter and intra-department, and the sort of the disjuncture that often takes place. Part of the, just trying to get slide 10, was this law enforcement or a coordinated ecosystem made up of our inspectors, SAPS, the municipalities, the communities, and those that have licenses. Now, those that have licenses don't form part of the department in that way. But it, again, might seem simplistic in this, but our inspectors, together with SAPS and the different municipalities in respect of the Western Cape, there is a shared common goal. Or rather, I'd love to believe that there is. Sometimes it isn't the case, and that common goal is, one, advancing the interest of the community. And we do that by ensuring that we have safe communities. We do that by ensuring that the people in those communities are employed in those. So for as long as each and every department understands its mandate, and that mandate is aligned to the realities of the people that live in those, that is where we begin this process of synchronizing those departments. And again, it seems like a very simplistic response to this because we are all alive to the realities that that's not how it pans out practically in different departments. But we operate within frameworks. One of those is the intergovernmental frameworks, which is sort of the all-encompassing one. But for as long as we can understand the policies and the frameworks that govern us, and again, we're educated about those for the interest of the communities, I firmly believe that we would be able to have that harmony in the different departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 4. How do you emphasize the WCLA playing a role in expanding and growing an inclusive liquor industry, particularly assisting the economically disadvantaged?
How do I envision it?
Yes.
Sure. It's a very interesting question. that I must certainly apply my mind beyond this interview as well. But I think just to reiterate and sort of a high level response to that is when you have a regulatory body that is alive to, as I said, those two dynamics that constantly need to be balanced, is on the one end, you say as the WCLA, we are alive to the economic hardships in the country, and we're also alive to individuals that want to operate within the sector. Our function is then to see how can we bring sort of the alignment between those two and say, yes, it's a very difficult industry that we're in, given the dangers, the risk to safety, but how do we enable the entrepreneurship within the different communities and them realizing that you can operate in this industry for as long as you've been regularized and you are sort of aligned with the goals that WCLA has envisioned. I hope I have answered you.
Yes,
Thank you.
The fifth question is if you can give an example of an ethical quandary that you faced and how did you deal with it?
Thank you very much for that question. Sure. It's a light one that I think of, but it had possibilities of just expanding. So I make a joke in the interview process where they ask a question: how do you ensure that you'll diffuse tensions between fellow audit members? And I say, why? Usually tensions are coming from us lawyers that think we big-headed and everything. So if I behave, though, nothing will happen. Unbeknown to me, I get into the audit committee and there is this sort of transitional way in which committees work, that you'd have 2 or 3 individuals that have been there, and then the rest of us are new. Now, obviously, where individuals in the past have worked together and there are clashes, we don't know any of those. So an email circulates where one of the audit committee members who has been there previously says, this remuneration that we're getting is not enough. Other organizations are getting 3-4 times more than we are getting. And that's a problem. And that's even before we had been inducted. And now you are relatively new getting into this place and you want to, I want to say, tippy-toe around these things because you don't know. But then there's the realization that you can't tippy-toe around fights or ethical issues where people are bringing, and it came to my realization afterwards that questioning did not necessarily have honest elements to it. What the person who sent that was trying to do was cast negative inferences in terms of the new chairperson, because he was also in the running for that seat, to say that the new chairperson needs to focus on this, and if they don't, they would have failed. And now how you come into that space is you say, look, and we had this meeting, which is very difficult to even get because people generally want to be paid for their time and they weren't. You get into a meeting and you say, from this point forward, we need everyone to operate as if we are all new. And any historical difficulties you may have had, let them cease here. And I think, again, quite simplistic, but it worked. Often our challenges or disagreements can be resolved by people getting around and having chats around that. And I think that's how I dealt with that ethical quagmire there. Thank you for that question.
Thank you very much, Advocate. We're getting there. Question number 6. What are the current problems around stakeholder and community engagement, and what are the solutions, in your view, to addressing these issues?
Thank you very much for that question. Again, let me reflect on just one of them. Community complaints would come in and say, no, we don't want this there. It's going to bring noise. It's going to be, and often, I mean, we're all members of different communities and different constituents. We feel heavy about certain things. And the difficulty is that certain communities or certain members feel as if their complaints are the only ones that are justified. And whatever it is that the operator or us as an organization as WCLA do, they're not budging. And that often happens when people are not open-minded about certain discussions. And the solution around that, again, not to be far too simplistic, is complainants, and perhaps it's BCCSA experiences, or complainants, when they're made aware of the benefit and how it outweighs some of the complaints that they may have, they change their posture. And I think that's the similar approach that we need to have, in that there has to be an ongoing dialogue between different stakeholders with the different realities that we are faced with. For as long as there's open communication, I firmly believe that we would be able to eradicate some of the difficulties that we experience between the different stakeholders. Thank you for that.
I promise this is the last question. How can modernizing technology systems help with law enforcement in the liquor trade?
Thank you for that question. Quite an interesting one. Sure. I think we're all alive to the realities that we are industrializing at a very rapid speed. I mean, I heard that in the next 2 years, we're going to have 6G, and not everyone has even gotten 5G in different communities. So that's the reality of the speed that modernization is moving at. And again, this is just something that I've thought of, which is quite unique to the challenges that that might come through. So I saw those once. I think it was in Spain. People who generally have an issue with noise, as soon as you take away noise, they would not have an issue, right? Now, it will be very fascinating for our communities to embody what we call e-parties, right? And I'm just thinking of this sort of modern technology. E-parties where the participants in this club or in this sort of operation are all wearing headsets and partying, right? And there is no noise in that way. And what would then be the function of regulation in that space is for us to have technological equipment within the facility without having active WCLA inspectors having to go and see if you're compliant. You put in sort of those monitors and those establishments that have modernized in that particular way to say that, well, if you're truly saying you are e-operation in this way, explain to us why there's been 6 decibels of noise coming from your sort of establishment. Or, you know, practically for other operators, it would be the constant reality. And I mean, this one, I haven't thought about it fully, but just having on them equipment where they no longer have to write down, equipment where, sounds very tough, but body cam, for example, because, you know, the reality is inspectors do go to these communities. And again, we have that disjuncture where the one establishment says, no, we're not doing this. And, you know, the inspector then allows for that to happen because of a small cold drink. that is available a bribe. But when you have body cam, when there's evidence of the transgression and you've modernized in that way, that's often helpful. I hope I have answered it. Thank you very much for the questions.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your presentation. From here, we are doing interviews today and tomorrow. We then send our recommendation to the department, and the department will then take that from there. So thank you very much. We really appreciate you coming here, and I hope you have a safe trip back. Greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair and members of the community. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye. Right. Thank you very much for joining us. So we will introduce ourselves, but the way the interview will work is you have 10 minutes to do the presentation. I see it is loaded. And then there are 7 questions which the panel will ask you. So if you're ready, let's introduce ourselves to the record. I'm Benedicta van Minnen. I am the chair of the panel.
Wasim Matthews, Procedure Officer.
Good day, Advocate Marshal. My name is Wendy Kaiser-Philander, and I'm a member of the committee.
I'm Member Boyson, also a member of the committee.
Good morning. My name is it the morning or the time? Okay. My name is Benson Lenso, the member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Donita Stevens, and I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning. I'm Peter Johnson, and I'm a member of this committee.
Okay, if you are ready, it is 10:32. I can give you a 2-minute warning towards the end so you know where you are. But please go ahead with your presentation.
Chair, thank you so much. Honourable members, I'm very glad to be here this morning. Thank you for granting me an interview. I know it's actually my right in terms of having been nominated for the position. It's stipulated in the law, but thank you nonetheless. If you could move to the second slide, please, which is just the contents, as I was told, should be included in the presentation. The reasons for my suitability for a position on the board, what qualifies me for such a position, and my understanding of compliance in the liquor licensing sphere. So the next slide, My suitability, potential value add, should I be elected to or nominated to serve on the board. I'm a fit and proper person with a my professional focus for the past 8 years at least has been on building relationships with key partners and stakeholders in order to collaborate. Then as a senior manager for the past 16 years, I have knowledge and experience of systems and processes to ensure proper accountability, probity, and openness of conduct of the business of an organization. Point 3, I am fully au fait with Western Cape communities, their needs and their views, amongst other things on consultation with local role players before approving a liquor license, stricter enforcement on municipal bylaws. I've many a time heard our communities all over the province say that they are in favor of uniform and earlier closing times, because in some municipalities closing times are 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. So they have also pointed out loopholes in the current regulatory system, and also aware of their views on the closing down of liquor outlets that are, for example, close to a mosque or close to a church or close to a school. Then also why I'm suitable, I have legal qualifications, so I'm able to read and interpret and apply the law. In my advanced studies, my master's in mercantile law, I studied specifically labor rights in South Africa, South African human rights, also children's rights, and then in my M thesis was about the balance between foreign direct investment and, in fact, our labor dispensation, so labor rights. And that balance that needs to be attained in order for us to grow the economy, because that's the only way that we can create sustainable jobs. Then I understand the need for and the complexity of this balance, as I said previously, between the economy, economic growth, employment, rights of consumers, and then regulation of the industry. Then point 6, I have a thorough understanding of the link between alcohol consumption and violent crime. I heard our minister speak about it a day or two ago, and she said she wasn't as certain as I am, but I have been reading a number of research studies over the years, and this definitely seems to be a very strong link between alcohol consumption, or often abuse, and violent crime. Yeah, I also saw a weekly analysis which was done in the department that I worked for. I retired a week ago. So I saw that weekly analysis. I saw the hotspots. I saw a breakdown in those hotspots as exactly where and at what times violent crimes occur. And it is around liquor outlets, shebeens, and in the early hours of the morning, especially Sunday morning. And then also it can safely be said that alcohol, yeah, from my point of view, definitely is one of the main drivers of violent crime. Then I have been the lead of the violence prevention workstream in the cooperation agreement between the City of Cape Town, the police, and the Western Cape government. So together with partners from the police, from the Western Cape government as a whole, like social development, DCAS, we have education, we have, and from SAPS, we have devised plans with our partners to prevent the plethora of social ills caused to a great extent by alcohol abuse. Next slide, please. What qualifies the candidate for a position on the board? I looked at the Act, sections 4 and 5. The first one I definitely adhere to, older than 25 years. Be a South African citizen, permanent resident of the Western Cape. I've been it since a year after my birth. I've been living in the Western Cape. I've never been convicted of fraud, forgery, or perjury. I've never been insolvent or have any legal disability. I've not been removed from an office of trust at any time due to misconduct or what. I've never been removed. I have never been a political office bearer. I have no direct or indirect interest in any liquor business or establishment, nor does any of my relatives or friends. I have no interest in any business or enterprise that may conflict or interfere with proper performance of duties. My proper performance of duties, should I be elected to be a member of the board of the Western Cape Liquor Authority. Slide, please. Understanding of compliance, specifically in the liquor licensing sphere. General principles means that the liquor trade has to adhere to national, provincial, and local laws governing the manufacture, distribution, and sale of alcohol. And that establishments has to operate within the specific conditions of their license granted to them to prevent penalties, license suspension, or cancellation. The different types of licenses, of course, on consumption, where liquor can only be consumed on that premises, off consumption, where you need to buy it and consume it at your private residence or in a private area, and then micro manufacturing, and then, of course, but these licenses are not agreed to or approved, often temporary or event licenses. Then point 1. Adhering to the fundamental liquor license requirements, those would be that the license is valid. Of course, we know it has to be renewed annually. That they operate, this establishment operate from the premises with the appropriate municipal zoning. That is, of course, done by the local government, the zoning of this premises. That they operate their license, they use their license in compliance with operational compliance in terms of the trading hours. The trading hours, as we know, is per municipality. The local government decide on the operating hours, and that it's set in a bylaw. That they are responsible in the sale and service of alcohol, that they adhere to the employee age restrictions, and that they have accurate records. Next slide. Also, that they fulfill their regulatory and social responsibility. That means that they tax registered, that they ensure that the excise duty is paid, that their social responsibility in terms of legislation is fulfilled, that the appropriate signage is displayed. Often they have to indicate the license conditions and the operating hours at the premises. Then something I'd like to insert here is that before we get to non-compliance, this non-compliance is usually picked up by it will be covered in the next section as well, but I'd like to refer to it here as well. By a designated liquor officer, we know that the Provincial Commissioner of the Police may appoint at each police station a designated liquor officer. So one of the SAPS members specially focusing on liquor. This person plays a very important role in enforcing license conditions in a certain SAPS precinct. And then we know that the liquor Western Cape Liquor Authority also has inspectors and senior inspectors. They also work per area, and they also play an important role on picking up non-compliance. These inspectors, both the liquor officer from SAPS and the liquor inspectors, may enter any premises where liquor is sold to inspect, to question people, to investigate. And if they pick up that people are not operating using their license in compliance with their license conditions, this person may issue a compliance notice to either, and they may also close a premises for if there's a public disturbance, disorder, or violence. Then they may also, if they receive, should they receive, when doing their investigations, and a complaint, they may, if they think it's serious enough and there is an application, it may go to the Liquor Licensing Tribunal that may issue an interim order to suspend the license of such establishment. If it's urgent, if it's supported by an affidavit, and if both the application and the affidavit has been served on the licensee at least 48 hours prior to the application being lodged. Then we get to the balance between compliance in the liquor industry and job creation. That is the elephant in the room. That is what we need. Job creation, more jobs, and that can only be attained if we have economic growth. And economic growth needs investment, both local investment and international investment. Now, job creation is a top priority in our country. It is also the Western Cape's apex priority to drive robust economic growth and job creation through, the strategy, the G4J strategy. Took me a while to figure it out because I kept seeing it in documents a while ago. Growth for jobs, of course. Now, growth for jobs strategy is aimed at maximizing economic growth by, amongst other things, reducing barriers to economic investment, growth, and the creation of decent, sustainable jobs. The liquor industry is a major employer in the Western Cape. Whilst the use of alcohol, actually abuse of alcohol, is one of the major drivers of violent crime and the cause of multiple social ills. We are all aware of that. So there's a clash of interest, a conflict of interest. But I was surprised when I did a bit of research for this interview to see that 60 to 100,000 people in the Western Cape alone work in the illegal liquor trading industry. So it's, so 60 to 100,000 jobs. Of course, they're not sure. Now, that just as an aside, the Western Cape government is under pressure to curb high levels of alcohol-related crime and societal harm. Maintaining that balance is a contentious, high-stakes issue. It is characterized by fundamental tension between economic development and social responsibility. It is what I liked referring to always as a wicked problem. That means there's no simple solution. You can improve it, but you need to shift your approach from time to time. It's really a wicked problem because we need both. We need social stability. We need the fabric in our communities to be repaired, but we need that economic growth in order to create jobs. Because I'm sure you've all heard it, nothing stops a bullet like a job. So to make the Western Cape safer, to give people the dignity they need, to restore families, and to restore so that children can get the parenting that they need. It's also fundamental. Now, the role of law enforcement...
We should start wrapping up.
Thank you.
Then
the role of law enforcement in compliance, I'll just go through the last two slides very quickly. Local governments through bylaws, as we say, do the zoning, taking into account proximity of schools, churches, residential areas. The local ward councillors plays an important role in the community consultation, as do the CPF, SAPs, or law enforcement agencies play a crucial role in enforcing compliance and reporting contraventions. Just as an in-between, during the SAP's festive season this year, SAPS closed 1,112 illegal liquor operations just in the Western Cape. They confiscated and destroyed the liquor. Then we move to the next slide, compliance and social ills. Non-compliance with the laws governing the alcohol industry, licensing conditions has over time led to multiple social ills. And as I've said, there's a strong link between high rates of violent crime. Underage drinking leads to vulnerable youth becoming perpetrators and very often victims of violent crime. It leads to teenage pregnancies, truancy, school dropouts, increasing youth unemployment if there's no compliance and liquor is sold to underage youth. There's a lack of parenting skills, and it ultimately leads to a breakdown of the bonding mores, the very fabric of our society. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much.
My conclusion. Can I
Yes,
quickly
of
look
course.
at it? Adherence to the national, provincial and local laws governing the manufacture, distribution and sale of alcohol is crucial in order to prevent the breakdown of values in our communities and to protect and support those that are vulnerable, especially the youth. For the reasons I have set out right at the beginning of my presentation, I'm qualified, I'm suitable, I'm willing, and I'm able to make my small contribution to ensure that this happens. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. If I can hand over to Member Kazafalanda.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for the very extensive presentation, Advocate Marshall. And I think this question I'm posing to you now, you did actually, I think, address in your presentation, but I think this will give you an opportunity perhaps to just even elaborate further on it. So my question, what are the negative social impacts of the liquor trade and how do you think it should be solved? Thank you.
Yeah, it would definitely, thank you for that question, but it would definitely, those social ills, let me first elaborate a bit, are things that I've mentioned, especially if there's no compliance and if liquor is sold, as we know, unfortunately often happens, to especially at the illegal outlets. Youth is sold to underage youth. Liquor is sold to underage youth. And it leads to people, young people, dropping out of the system, dropping out of the schooling system, dropping out of life, often joining gangs, trouble in homes. It leads to teenage pregnancies. They always say ganja is a gateway drug, but I think so is alcohol. And it leads to other drug abuse, serious drug abuse, and it leads to the destruction of young lives, of potential, of people that could have contributed to our communities, to our society, and could have made an economic contribution. So those are some of the social ills. Then how it can be prevented. I think that is what we've been working on in our violence prevention work stream with the whole of society approach, with our community partners, with all. If you look at specific areas, we know that the 10 high crime areas in the metro, they're responsible for in the vicinity of 50% of the murders happen in those 10 stations, 10 out of 152. And if we focus on those, the government agencies first, we all have our budgets. We have big budgets. If we focus our budgets, our LEAP officers, of social interventions, and we bring on our community partners, our community policing forums, our neighborhood watches, and if we intensify our efforts in a collaborative effort in those areas, doing law enforcement work, but also social violence prevention work, working with families, working with little kids so that they know there's an alternative from when they are small, doing parenting skills programs. Yeah, I think actually short-term answer is law enforcement, long-term answer is violence prevention, social partners working together in collaboration, in the end actually joining their budgets, focusing on these high crime areas where drug and alcohol abuse also is always a huge problem. We can make a difference. Thank you.
Question number 2, advocate, please describe the challenges of handling liquor licenses in the different communities.
I have to be very honest. I've heard we have, at least my directorate specifically, had community consultations on a regular basis every year. And the Liquor Authority was always one of the participants. The community was there and the Liquor Authority had to answer. But what I could pick up is that in some more established, more formal communities, illegal liquor outlets isn't such a problem. People stick to their license conditions. It's closely regulated. They are fined. That's the impression I get. They are careful to stick to their license conditions. But in some of the other areas where there's a lot of unemployment, often also our high crime areas, densely populated, there are multiple illegal liquor outlets, which is closed down from time to time. They are closed down, but they pop up immediately in the next door neighbor's house, and it is very difficult to ensure compliance to the liquor laws and to enforce them, because it's people's only means of income is that illegal liquor trade. And yeah, I'm very much aware of the duality, but the illegal liquor trade does, as I, to my shock, discovered 60 to 100,000 work opportunities. It does create that. So that's between the different neighborhoods. That's what I picked up in those sessions. Thank you.
I don't recall seeing you having a sip of water.
Sorry?
I don't recall seeing you sipping the bottle of water next to you.
Let me take.
Please.
Very friendly.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Yeah. You must know that we are not in Mazanga Commission.
I can't drink water.
You can drink our water. Okay. Okay.
Let me just take another sip.
Yeah. We can have a tense panel, kind of. Look, thank you very much. Here is your question 3. How do you foresee different departments cooperating, with one another to ensure a legal, vibrant industry? How do you foresee different departments cooperating with one another to ensure a legal, vibrant industry? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I am, because I've been doing it for 8 years now, going to refer to my job, which I left a week ago. We established, I'm first going to look, because we're focusing a lot on the metro, I'm also going to look at the rest of the province. My directorate has, over the past 6 years, when I joined, we just worked with CPFs, but we've really, what do you call? I want to say enlarged, increased the work that we do. Expanded, that's the word. Yeah, that was very long ago. We've really expanded our work. We have established, starting 6 years ago and gradually progressing, something called a community safety forum in each of the 29 municipalities of the Western Cape. The last one was Drakensberg, which was established last year. where the municipality actually takes the lead, supported by us. Also, in the districts, we also have those forums, and there all the partners meet. They talk about their problems, they solve their problems. There is some budget coming from POX, from the department. To the district municipality, to the district CSF Community Safety Forum. It's different from CPF Safety Forum, and all the WOGA partners are there. So it's the local municipality. It is the relevant national departments like Home Affairs, like the Prosecuting Authority, like they are all there because they all have a crucial role to play in safety and in managing. As I try to point out, there's a strong link between safety and the abuse of alcohol. So compliance is extremely important in making communities safer. And so the liquor authority always also had a representative at those meetings. They meet at least, most of them meet once a month. Some of them meet once a quarter. That's the least they should meet. Where all the stakeholders with the community role players, CPF's always invited, also meet, discuss problems, liquor licenses, and compliance is always on the agenda, and always discussed. So they work together, they collaborate, they think of, and they actually undertake programs, violence prevention programs, which often has to do with law enforcement of the bylaws, and then also with violence prevention initiatives like parenting programs, like all of which will have an impact on the on compliance and making communities safer and reducing liquor abuse and ensuring compliance. So that's in the rest of the province. Then in the metro, as I said, we have the cooperation agreement where the partners are pulled in, Department of Education, also the prosecuting authority. Those meetings also happen on a regular basis, and we also have a number of programs to prevent violence, and a lot of them, as you know, the province's violence prevention efforts focus around families, around substance abuse, and around, I can't remember the third one, but substance abuse really high on our violence prevention agenda. So the departments has already started cooperating, working together. It can still be improved because people now come with all their own programs that they have been working on. Kind of now the integration needs to deepen and to increase. So I hope that happens over the next year or two. But yeah, so in my opinion, sir, that's what needs to happen. Those platforms for cooperation actually have been established. They just need to, continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 4. How do you envisage the WCLA playing a role in expanding and growing an inclusive liquor industry, particularly assisting the economically disadvantaged?
Yeah, I had a look at the liquor license, the application fees. It's not very high. So I think how they can assist, especially the disadvantaged, is by assisting them with applications. Going out, because we know those application processes. Like, for example, in the sphere that I work, registering, accrediting a neighborhood watch, those things are complicated. There's a lot of hoops that you have to jump through. And I assume that will be exactly the same with the liquor authority. They need to have sessions at the CPF meetings, include maybe the public meetings, the CPF have public meetings, and explain the process for applications, have the application forms there, assist people and give them, these are my contact details, I can assist you. There's a lot of people working there, officials. They can assist with those applications because often I think it's an administrative kind of hurdle that's difficult for our disadvantaged communities to come over. So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The fifth question is if you can give an example of an ethical quandary that you had to face and how you had to deal with it.
Sure. Ethical quandary. Especially in my previous employment, I encountered many such. Where some people would have liked you to bend the rules a bit. And it would have been to my advantage. But it's simply not part of who I am. And yeah, I wouldn't have been able to live with myself. It's the same in the position I work now. For me, honesty, openness, it's part of who I am. So I cannot do anything different. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question 6. What are the current problems around stakeholder and community and engagement? And what are the solutions, in your view, to addressing these issues? Thank you.
The problems are that the Liquor Authority often do not have access to the right community platforms. And that is why we meaning POX, and specifically the directorate where I worked, Community Police Relations, we invited them to our workshops all over the province every year because that gives them a platform where they have access to community leaders, to people that work specifically in a specific community. Because if we, for example, go to Garden Route, we invite the people from social development that work in that area, from education that work in that area. We invite the district office of SAPS, and each SAPS station sends a representative. Each CPF is represented there. Neighborhood watches, we cannot invite representatives from all the neighborhood watches. There are too many, but there are some neighborhood watch representatives as well. So we provide them, the government, we can, POX can provide them with, and we know that the Liquor Authority, actually it's a separate entity, a legal person, but they do have that link with POX. So we were happy to provide them with that platform and move our agenda a bit so that usually the CEO or somebody, a senior official from the liquor board, could have their pamphlets there, could give people information. But it is, so that's a solution, one of the solutions, but it is a problem for them to get access to an adequate community platform. Also, CPFs, they can at the liquor board can make contact there, and the official working in a specific area can make contact with then can be put in contact with the CPF. And when the CPF once again have their public meeting, they should be invited to explain their processes, to ensure, explain compliance, to explain the advantages of regulation of the liquor industry, and actually why it is so essential.
Last question for the day.
Now I can really relax.
How can modernizing technology systems help with law enforcement in the liquor industry, liquor trade?
Yeah, systems should be integrated. It's something that I've been hearing ever since I joined the department. 8 years ago, and I cannot really see that we have come much closer. But I think there will be progress now because of the, speaking out of the department, but because of the acting HOD that we've had for the past 2 years. I understand he's soon to leave, but he's still there. But he is now acutely aware of what needs to happen. And he is also the head of innovation, IT in the Western Cape. So I think he knows what needs to happen. He understands how and why the systems needs to integrate. And I am really excitedly from the sideline watching the space to see if it can be achieved. And I think the cooperation agreement can assist us there. That SAPS's data, the liquor authorities data, traffic mobilities data, that everything can be integrated. Everybody can have their own systems, but there needs to be a platform on which that data can be integrated. And I think that will really increase compliance and make it, simplify it, make it much easier. So everybody is aware of what each law enforcement agency has been doing in a specific area regarding a specific outlet enterprise.
Great. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Thank you for everything. And yes, I mean, we'll be interviewing today and tomorrow and then referring to a department.
A lot. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for the opportunity. It was nice.
No, that's me. I'm not. No.
Hi, good day. The committee will be with you shortly.
Afternoon. Thanks very much.
Mr. Nobala, can you hear me?
Afternoon. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Great. Thank you very much for attending to this meeting. I am Benedicta van Minnen. I am the chair of this committee with the interviews for the Liquor Board. I will shortly introduce the rest of the committee. Just so that you know, in terms of the interview, it's a 10-minute presentation from you. And we'll watch the time on that. And then after that, it is 7 questions from the committee. So let me just introduce the rest of them to you. To my left, I have the procedural officer.
Hi, Wasi Matthews.
Good day, Mr. Nobala. My name is Wendy Kaiser-Philander, and I'm a member of this committee.
Good afternoon. I'm Memory Boyson, and I'm also a member of this committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Benson Lensu, the member of this committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Donita Stevens, and I'm a member of this committee.
Good afternoon. I'm Peter Johnson, and I'm a member of this committee.
So if we can then commence when you're ready. It is now 12:17, and you have 10 minutes on the presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon to the honorable members of the committee. For the purpose of record, my name is Mncedisi. My surname is Nobala. I am from Paarl. I'm a resident of Paarl past 27 years and in the Dragonstein municipality. The presentation is before the committee.
Just hold on. We're having a problem with sound. I think maybe if you can sit a bit closer to your mic, that might help. You're coming and going a bit.
Okay, is that better?
That is better.
All right, Chair. Chair, I was saying that my name is Mncedisi. My surname is Nobala. I am from Paarl. I've been a resident for the past 27 years in this municipality of Dragonstein. Chair, the presentation is before the committee. It's a 5-page presentation, but due to time, I will not be reading word per word, but I will be going over the presentation, and I will not be going line per line, but I will direct the committee as far as where I am. Chair, let me first thank the committee, Portfolio Committee on Police, Oversight, Community Safety, Cultural Affairs, and Sport for being invited to this interview for the position of the Western Cape Liquor Authority governing body. Chair, it's a rare opportunity and a privilege, and I don't take that for granted. Chair, my presentation is going to summarize my curriculum vitae, which you have. It is going to speak on the reasons why I am of the view that I'm a suitable candidate, and also the value and contribution which I think I can make for the functioning of the board. It will also demonstrate my understanding of compliance in the liquor trade, the balancing of the act of the job creation, Chair, and it will respond on the 3 questions that I've been submitted to me which include my suitability, which include that I must provide insight into myself and why I think I'm qualified for this position. And lastly, my understanding of the liquor trade and the job creation, law enforcement role, and all the social ills. Chair, let me therefore start, Chair, by saying that for any person to be appointed on the board, he or she must demonstrate an understanding of what the board is, Chair. And a board chair is the accounting authority responsible for providing strategic direction and leadership to the legal authority. It is an independent executive composed of executive members appointed by the provincial minister after a due process has been followed, which includes the recommendation by the portfolio committee. It is established in terms of the Western Cape Liquor Act. Therefore, Chair, for any person to whether qualify or suitable to be part of the board, the basic minimum requirements is what is enlisted in the Act. And those include the age, which is 25 years, a citizen of South Africa, a permanent resident of the province, and lastly, not to be disqualified under Section 5 of the Liquor Act. And therefore, I think, Chair, I do meet those basic requirements as listed by the Act. Secondly, Chair, the qualifications, Chair, for any board, it's important that it must compose of a variety of skills and qualifications and experience. And any board is important to have the two at least. One or two or more people that have finance background, experience and qualification is important. Secondly, legal qualifications, experience and expertise is quite important, which is what I bring, Chair, because I have a LLB degree at the University of the Western Cape. I've done my articles. I should be completing my admission of the High Court if my plans goes accordingly before June this year, 2026. Therefore, that I'll bring into the board the qualifications and my experience in relation to the fact that when I was doing my articles at the Legal Aid Board, part of it was to deal with matters that came to my court that are of criminal nature, that speak on the issue of the violation of the Western Cape Liquor Act. Most people that came to be prosecuted were prosecuted into terms of that act. So I familiarized myself with that act. Secondly, I familiarized myself with the operations of SAPS, law enforcement, the communities and entrenchment. So that's quite important when you bring that to the board, Chair. The other demonstration, which is to have a broad understanding on the policies that regulate this particular sector. The first one is the Liquor Act, which I've mentioned, that understanding of making sure that how is the board constituted, how is its term and all its processes, its functions, that's quite important. Also, it is important to have an understanding of the 2017 Western Cape White Paper on the harms and reductions that the Western Cape government have. So I have a thorough understanding of that policy as well as that particular act. Chair, I won't go on legislation. I've mentioned the particular legislation that are operating in this. The Liquor Act is the Criminal Procedure Act, is Poker Act, which is an act that has been extended to even include the violation of this particular act and the consecution, Chair. The white paper I've mentioned about it. And one critical opponent as well, Chair, not opponent, is the National Liquor Amendment Act, which is a legislation that seeks to amend the National Liquor Act, which might have an implication to the Western Cape Liquor Act as far as the issue around advertisement is concerned. The white paper of the Western Cape speak on one thing, but the intended policy, sorry, not amendment, is taking that further, Chair, in relation to a total ban of those. Then lastly, Chair, I'm not sure how far my minutes are. There has been an issue around the compliance and the law enforcement. Chair, my experience around the issue of the compliance is that it is one thing to have a legislation, regulations, but if you do not have mechanism of making sure that legislation, policies, regulation is enforced. So that's why, therefore, the multi-sectoral sectors are important. Your various departments, your law enforcement at various municipalities, your subs, your inspectors capacitate that inspectoral section at the Western Cape Liquor Act. That is quite important. And also one element which is quite important, and in my experience in court, is the role of communities in making sure that there are no mushrooming of illegal outlets. And most of the cases that go to court, they are thrown out of court because the issue around the safety of those that are either informers or trap or entrenchment. So most of the cases are thrown out of court. So how do you therefore work around with the NPA and other sectors of that deal with this? And lastly, Chair, the issue around the community involvement, Chair. The community involvement, I'm an activist throughout for many years, Chair, in various sectors, even at my university level. And key among others is the issue around challenges around persons with disabilities. But for the purposes of this particular interview, I am in a community where I'm the chairperson of the entire community. And we are working closely with CPF's Neighborhood Watch, which are crucial for the purpose of enforcement, Department of Correctional Service and others. And we have identified in this community that there are quite a lot of young children between the ages of 10 and 18 who are out of school. And when you look at the backgrounds of these children, you find that their home backgrounds, they are affected by destabilization of parents or legal guardians who are involved or abusive of alcohol. So we have been enrolling this program starting this year, trying to get back those children back into the schooling system. But however, it needs a monitoring mechanism and also working together with all other departments that includes social development, safety, community safety, Western Cape Education Department, and the municipalities and correctional services to make sure that these learners, these children, including their parents and guardians, are channeled into a proper channel going forward, Chair. So Chair, I think that I've summarized it, Chair, to try much as possible. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. I'm handing you over to the committee to ask their questions. Member Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. Nobala, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much, sir. The first question, what are the negative social impacts of the liquor trade and how do you think it should be addressed or solved? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Your question, Chair, is I will approach it in twofold because I believe it has twofold. One is to list what are the negative social impact, and the second one is what solutions are there. It is common cause, Chair, that the selling and trading of liquor has both a positive and a negative impact in society or the communities. But for the purpose of this question, let me align it and just direct you to the negative social impact these have. Chair, I'll just list the primary drivers of these negative social impact, which, by the way, the Western Cape White Paper on try to deal with this one. The first one, Chair, not in the order of preference, will be violence and crime. Our criminal justice system in court is clouded by criminal matters that are around domestic violence, murder, drinking and driving, protection orders, which some of them largely, and if you look at the court rolls, if you look at statements of people, most of these offenses are conducted, are taking place over the weekend, which is the time when people are not at work, majority of them. They are under the influence of alcohol. So some of these matters are contributed by the issue around the influence of alcohol. The second one, Chair, will be health crisis. We, particular in the working class areas, your townships, your rural areas, your Cape Flats, where you find that the women who are pregnant are consuming high volumes of alcohol, which has an impact on the high rates of fetal alcohol syndrome. The third one, Chair, is the unregulated outlets, and these have been converted in some cases into crime scenes, where you find that these mass shootings and these organized crime, in some instances, they do take place at these instances. Then the last one, Chair, is the economic disruptions. It is common cause, Chair, that the employers are facing a challenge, Chair, where you find that there is a high absenteeism after a weekend, high absenteeism after a holiday, high absenteeism after a payday. And these are results because people consume alcohol, and as a result, Chair, it has reduced worker productivity as in relation to this, and it also sometimes contributes to people being dismissed because they are either absent from work consistently, and therefore that is one of the issues, Chair, in relation to then what are the solutions? Now, a multi-sectoral approach needs to balance both the economic contributions and the negative social impact, Chair. Now, the first thing, Chair, is let's strengthen regulations and enforcement. So therefore, which means identify all these outlets that are operating illegally, process them and make sure that they are legalized. Those that cannot, for whatever reason, they must be closed down. Let's work on the restricting of operating hours for on-site consumption. Because if this on-site consumption work right through the night up until the early hours, unrestricted drinking hours on consumption on site, because they become a crime scene at the end. People, when they come out very late, early in the morning, they are victims of crimes. And the other one, Chair, is to strengthen the liquor enforcement units. That's quite important, Chair, in relation to that. Policy gaps, what are the policy gaps? Academics, activists, lawmakers have been grappling with this issue of how do you resolve and balance these contradicting important, how do you resolve them? It's quite important, Chair. And lastly, let's strengthen the capacity of our municipalities to manage the local alcohol issues so that the role of municipalities is not only reduced to the zoning, but are they part and parcel of making sure that they are also part of the multi-sectoral engagements. And lastly, it is the issue around public education, Chair. That's quite important. Educate our society, because our communities, because there is a dividing view in relation to how society accepts the issues of license issuing, how society view the issue that the board, or in fact not the board, the legal authority is just issuing these licenses with disregard of what it does to socially on the. So those are that is as far, Chair, my best I can do. Thanks very much, Honourable Member.
Thanks very much. I'm going to hand over to the next person, which is Member Boyson. But if you could just limit your questions to about a minute, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Question number 2. Describe the challenges of handling liquor licenses in the different communities.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I will try to be brief, guided by you. Thanks, Honorable Member. The first one, Chair, will be the residential conflict and zoning. That's important for the purposes where the zoning around the issues of religious institutions, your churches, your mosque, and all those, the issues of the radius around schools. And there's been this conflicting view as to which one came first. Did the school come first? Did the church come first? Did the liquor come first? So those are things that needs to be work on it. There is community resistance, Chair, and social impact, where communities object on new licenses that are due to, and the reasons is obviously around the issues of crime, violence, underage drinking, and other issues. Regulating inconsistency, Chair, where you find that at a certain point, national and the provincial governments, where there is a contradicting inconsistency with regard to that. Administrative and financial burdens, Chair, the high fees, the bureaucratic processes, the taverns compared to others. So, and unlicensed outlets, Chair, because unlicensed outlets, Chair, they are not taxed, they're unregulated, they work as they please. And lastly, safety and compliance, Chair, where the issues of underage drinking and non-compliance with trading hours, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. The third question, which I would like to pose to you, is how do you foresee different departments cooperating with one another to ensure a legal, vibrant industry? How do you foresee different departments cooperating with one another to ensure a legal, vibrant industry? Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Honorable Member. Look, firstly, when you respond to this question, you have to identify which departments should play a role in the liquor trading, your community safety, your social development, Western Cape Education Department, your economic development, and we expand that scope into various municipalities, Chair, including subs. So it is important for the purposes of making sure, because you must balance the interest of the job creation which is created in that industry, the economic growth and the tax provision that these outlets or licensee provide. That's on the other side, but also on the other side, the negative social impact that these have. Therefore, the safety is quite important and be central on it, and so that the safety around communities will lead to job creation, will lead to more businesses opening. But if there is no safety around it, so that cooperation is important for all these departments in a manner that is not just each department working in isolation from each other, but have a coordinated multi-sectoral approach, including municipalities. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Question 4. How do you envisage the WCLA playing a role in expanding and growing an inclusive liquor industry, particularly assisting the economically disadvantaged?
Thanks, Honorable Member. Look, Chair, the disadvantage within the context of South Africa, based on our history, will include your black people, you include your women, it will include your persons with disabilities, and it will include your small scale businesses. Now, how do you make sure that there is an inclusive approach to this, Chair? It must acknowledge that you can't operate in a manner where you say the fees are going to be on a flat scale without having that understanding that these applicants are not moving from from the same level. So the scale must be an upscale than a flat scale, Chair. The streamlining licensing for new entrants is quite important. The promoting of transformation through targeted support is also important, Chair. And the enforcement of regulations that align with public interest, balance those. And you will find that some of these, particularly unregulated, whether you call it ship-ins, some of them are led by women. But instead of taking a hardcore approach of closing these, criminalizing them, but how do you channel them into a process where they are going to be comply, but also the issue of residential versus the business side in our working class areas, how they are designed, how they are zoned, they must be informed by the fact that a person will operate, unfortunately, a business, a liquor business at his or her own private property, which is a residence. But now when you do that, you are exposing children of that house and neighbors into, so how do policymakers make sure that we bring these disadvantaged groups into the schooling system? Because lastly, the outlets like Shoprite liquors, Spa shops, what you will find is that around every community now, there's a Shoprite. The second thing they do, they open, is a liquor outlet. Now, these are some of the businesses which kill the small businesses around, and it encourages the issues of outlets which are unlicensed. Thanks, Chair.
The fifth question is, give an example of an ethical quandary that you faced and how you dealt with it.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, this is a word which was quite heavy for me, but let me attempt with the understanding that I understand what the word means, ethical conduct. Chair, the situation I could describe, I think a few years back, about 2 years back, while I was at legal aid, I came back home one night or evening, and there were piles of crates of alcohol in one of my rooms. And when I inquired, it was one of my neighbors who had brought them, and her reasoning was that he was hiding them from the police because she was trading without a license. Now, this is someone I know very well, but I had to balance the fact that I'm a lawyer. Should be abiding by the law. I can't encourage a situation where evidence is being concealed in my house, and therefore I had to speak with the neighbor and say, look, based on this situation, I would not encourage. In fact, you have to take all your liquor out there and see how to deal with it, and try and make sure that you channel yourself through making sure that you are in compliance with it. So it was a situation I had to face, because now this is someone who is well known to me. On the other side, the law has to take its course in relation to, I can't be found in such a situation. Thanks.
Mr. Nobala, question number 6. What are the current problems around stakeholder and community engagement? And in your view, what are the solutions to addressing these issues? You got the question, sir?
Can you repeat, Honorable Member?
Not a problem. Question number 6. What are the current problems around stakeholder and community engagement, and what are the solutions, in your view, to addressing these issues?
Thanks very much.
Pleasure.
Yes, the first one, Chair, will be the issues of trading hours and policy. The conflicting bylaws across municipalities, as some of them do not speak or on the issue informed by what the white paper of the Western Cape speaks to, and some of them, they're not complying thoroughly with the issue around the Western Cape Liquor Act. Some municipalities do not even have such bylaws or even policies around liquor. The second one, Chair, will be enforcement constraints. This is, Chair, regardless of the increase in the capacity of inspectors, which is something important. But Chair, the capacity is always inadequate because the issue of enforcement is not as easy as like that because, for example, the issue of age drinking, if someone goes to a liquor outlet and buys alcohol and goes home, there's no monitoring if children will not have access to that. So that's quite important in relation to as much as enforcement constraint. The other one, Chair, is the Western Cape Liquor Authority, which faces pressure to balance licensing demands with regard to reducing alcohol-related social harm. How do you balance this conflicting interests, Chair? And lastly, the issue of safety and violence, Chair. As I've earlier mentioned, that some of these outlets, legal or illegal, they have become crime scenes where mass shootings and organized crime is taking place. Thanks.
The last question, how can modernizing technology systems help with law enforcement in the liquor trade? Do you have that,
Chair,
Mr. Nopal? Okay.
let me see because oh, can you repeat, Chair? Sorry, my mic was.
No problem. How can modernizing technology systems help with law enforcement of the liquor trade?
Thanks, Honorable Member. Chair, the importance of the country, the Western Cape and everyone moving with the fourth industrial revolution is quite important. And it means, therefore, there have to be an update in relation to the question of our ICT, which is, in fact, one of the annual reports of the Western Cape Liquor Board mentions some of the things around the outdated ICT infrastructure is important. The issue around the Section 64 non-automatic renewals is important for the purposes of that of our technology, so that we limit the issue of people having to deal with manuals. I know that the Liquor Authority have advanced into a portal, but the issue is what connectivity in some rural areas is quite unstable. It's not stable, and therefore, as you move towards the improvement of technology, but make sure that the access to it for ordinary people is. And lastly, Chair, is the issue around the use of mobile REC devices with the biometric capabilities, Chair, so that inspectors, if they go to come to my place, and instead of having to go back to the office and verify whether the paper that I'm giving stating that I have a license, they can do that on site. It makes things easier, and it makes things, so let's make use of the technology, Chair, for the purposes of increasing our, and lastly, is to increase visibility and efficiency, which means upgrade to a new in-house developed case management system to reduce the issue of cost, Chair. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that, and thank you very much for attending the meeting. We will finish the interviews tomorrow, forward our recommendations to the department, and then they will take it further from there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. Can I have one question? I'm not sure if I'm allowed.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, I know the board have a term of 4 years in terms of the act. I know this is a filling of vacancies, which means there's a board already that has been constituted. Now, how long is this? Is this for how long now? If whatever person gets into the position, is it how many years left in terms of the term of the board?
I'm not terribly sure about that right now, but I can get back to you with that. I can send you a mail on that.
All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Let's just proceed. So thank you very much for joining us. I will introduce the committee now. Just in terms of process, it is 10 minutes for you to do your presentation. We'll keep an eye on the time. And then it's 7 questions from the committee. It's about, the answers are about 1 minute each. And yes, take it from there. So I am Benedicta van Minnen. I am the chair of this committee. And as you know, we're interviewing for the Liquor Authority. To my left.
Wasim Matthews, Procedural Officer.
Good day, sir. My name is Wendy Kaiser-Philander, and I'm a member of this committee.
Good afternoon. I'm Memory Boyson, also a member of this committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Benson Renzo, the member of this committee. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Donita Stevens. I'm a member of this committee.
Good afternoon. I'm Peter Johnson, member of this committee.
So if you're ready, as we said, no, it's whatever's more comfortable for you is fine. Just use your mic, press the glass panel, and then in front. There we go.
There we go. Can you hear me? Right, if I may start. If I go according to what was asked to deliver today. As you can see on the presentation there, I have introduced myself on the first page, and then why do I think I'm suitable for this specific position? And I firstly go to ethics and values, and want to address values first, and values being my whole life up to now revolving around values, and not just my values, but also those of the society that I have to look at. And being a father, I feel quite strongly about values. And then if we look at the ethics side of it, I want to bring good governance to all of our stakeholders. All our stakeholders are the WCLA, talking about the municipal government employees, inspectors, talking about SAPs, I'm talking about the community, talking about wholesalers, retailers, and so on. But furthermore, on ethics, why do I rate ethics so high? Is because of integrity. And I'm very strong on integrity, and integrity meaning you have to be reliable. You have to be honest. You have to be trustworthy. And together with this goes accountability, responsibility, and then transparent in what you ever decide, whatever you bring to a committee. Work experience, you see here, I refer to practical experience, the first one being off consumption. Now that was many, many years ago when I studied. I worked for extra money in what we call the off sales those days. And the reference that I can bring today is that when people bought a large quantity of liquor, we had to complete what we then called the Grootboek. I don't know if you remember. It's not a ledger, please. It was a Grootboek where you had to complete, but that didn't mean much because that person could have given you any name, any ID number, and off he goes. On consumption, I was the owner of 2 restaurants where we, especially in Mossel Bay, especially over the festive season, where it got very festive, and it was difficult to keep to the trading hours. But I learned quite a lot there, applying for liquor license and following, can't take alcohol from my premises, the whole story. And on consumption, I had a cake restaurant, more of a bar here in Bellville, and that was in the early, not early, but around about 2006 when I left there. And on consumption meant for those people, and we had the hours till 2 o'clock. I wish I never applied for that. No, never again. If I must ever go into the trade again, do you want people to sit there till 2 o'clock? How many times I had to take people home because of the fact that they thought they could have another, and there was, I could only control so many people. I finished off last year at the university as the head of the Department of Internal Auditing. And when you look at internal auditing, think about control procedures and think about governance, because that is what internal auditing entails. And as a head, I was also involved in research on that. And then also the King Commission, all of King's, where we are now at King 5. That was formed part, that was more on our undergraduate level as opposed to this senior graduate level. And the university, we're going all the way now to D degrees in internal auditing. So some supervising was one of those supervisors. What other values I can add? Behavioral change towards alcohol consumption. I think the whole story about alcohol consumption, as opposed to other countries, and now I'm talking, not just talking European countries, I'm talking African countries where I've been. And there, if it is allowed to have you're allowed to have 2 glasses of wine, or people think and they do only 2 glasses of wine. And then they're finished with their meal. One of my sons is living over in Scotland, but we went to visit Ireland. I can't say the same of the Irish when they're drinking beer. So especially, yeah, but still, they won't get into a car and drive from there. I mean, there aren't that many cars around driving there. They get a cab, taxi, or go by train. So if we can get that adverse effects of alcohol abuse over to our people, to our fellow South Africans, that this is what's happening to you. There should be more wholesalers and distributors. If you ask me how many wholesalers are there, I think I can name. No, I don't want to mention names, so let's just rather keep to that. But then, on the other hand, on the retail side, you've got how many black owners? How many of them are actually in the wholesale trade? And I think manufacturers and fellow wholesalers should start training our black population to be part of our greater chain and greater picture of what's happening in the industry as such. How are we going to do that? Can only be training and procedural processes. We have to form platforms to negotiate and control illegal trading. We've got to get that from the community. 2, 5 people come together in the trade, follow what's going to happen, how are we going to do this? Then it becomes 10, then it becomes 100. But we have to do that. And the only way to control illegal trading is if everyone in the community follows the same rules. Skills development training, I mean, through the food and beverage industry, we have to make use of that training to get marginalized traders on board as well. Train them. These are the rules. This is what we've got to do. Employees and employers even in the, not even, but in the food beverages, we have to look at new and updated training or business skills so that they can carry on and uplift themselves. Promote non-alcoholic beverages. I'm of the opinion that this thing is working. Although I have tasted some of that wine, it's not nice. But we have to really, I'm not a wine drinker, so I wouldn't know. I said my son lived in Scotland, that's where I've been. So curb advertising, all this glamorous TV ads that you always see. No, we have to bring in rules on this, hours of when that may be advertised. Promotions of alcohol, sponsorships. Watched the Grand Prix yesterday morning, Heineken there. And okay, that was Heineken beer, but we know how big Heineken is in South Africa. Not saying do away with it. That's not what I'm saying. Curbing that. Insight into myself, what qualifies me for the position. Quite knowledgeable of meeting procedures. And at the moment, I'm the chairperson of the university's retirement fund. Furthermore, I'm a registered master tax practitioner with professional body. So you've got to be very secretive on tax matters. I can't say, Peter there has got this money and that money and he's hiding this. And we know, and I'm going to talk about tax matters perhaps a little bit later on this specific point. Being a lecturer in taxation as well, even though I was working in internal auditing, you would see my master's degree was in tax law. We covered in our advanced diploma the excise duties, and I never knew that this ad valorem tax was such a big contributor towards government's income. Right, so you've got to be in good standing with the university site and so on. Compliance in the liquor trade for the South African police and municipal law enforcement officers, they have to patrol the trading hours. I'm not going to go into all of those trading hours. Whether the people are licensed that is in this trade, where are they storing their liquor? Is it a place where it's not easy access? How to vet new applicants. I think we can use drones nowadays to see whether that is suitable, close enough, far away from churches and schools. And then are those people who's got the license actually the people that are supposed to trade there? And I'm mentioning here, I see a lot of foreign nationals trading. I don't know how they obtain those licenses. So it's the point that one has to look at. Use digital platforms more. And yeah, we got to go to the wholesaling, retailing outlets who sells the liquor. There must be a computer program, or we must develop one, where somebody or people buying from them, we got to know, and we've got to keep track on how many people and what retailer are actually, or retailers are actually pushing for liquor sales. And this will tie up with my second point here, just after the conversation with when you're not compliant with a question mark. I know you always see in December months people's liquor being confiscated on the beach and so forth, but one can actually go a bit further. And this is something that will hurt you, where you've already paid and now there's no income from it. Income tax, I don't think there's a problem with the on-consumption people and off-consumption, because you do get your income tax from sales and it's regulated through the cash register. It is where our traders in the informal section are not paying income tax, and we know that's quite big. VAT, I haven't got a big problem because they're paying their 15% on acquiring the liquor. And unfortunately, we haven't got enough people to control our industry. The industries with job creation, I mentioned here, agriculture, manufacture, logistic, wholesale, and retail. If you look at that, that's a big sphere of our economy. We cannot just say, well, stop. Our economy will definitely not be able to. Just look at agriculture. If you stop wines being produced, how many wine farms are there? How many people are working there? How many outlets are there for tasting and so on? I don't want to go into each and every one of them. There should be other business opportunities where you are already in the industry. Township employment, spin-offs of that. You don't just have the retail outlet. I'm glad to say I'm seeing it nowadays with our restaurant. Mazolis is an instance, an example, for instance, but other retail outlets as well, where you look at what they bring to the party. You've got restaurants, you've got, if you go up to South Coast, if you go into the Eastern Cape, which doesn't fall under our jurisdiction, but what is sold alongside with it. Then something that I don't think is getting too much attention now, enough attention, and that's microbreweries and distilleries, beers, gins. Everyone is drinking gin nowadays. All of that. That should be looked at, that we can expand on that. And here I'm not referring to this illegal distilleries, please. That should be stopped. I'm not going to go back to the digital platforms. I think I have talked about that. What is next one?
I think you start finishing up.
Okay. The role of law enforcement, I'm not going to go over that again. The role players, I have mentioned the role players, but I want to get to the next one. Social impact of alcohol abuse, gender-based violence. There was yesterday's World Women's Day. It's much more prevalent from alcohol abuse. Dropout from school, crime, all of that goes hand in hand. The road accidents and fatalities. Drinking while still a scholar, underage drinking, no. And then people drinking too much, abusing alcohol. It's easy to access alcohol, and nowadays with the online, I couldn't believe it, but you can actually order from Pick and Pay, Woolworths, whoever, and they deliver alcohol to your place. I don't know whether that's right. All the health issues, I don't want to go into all of those health issues. Yeah, I think you all know about the health issues. And then on the next slide, the economic benefits, I have referred to that just now, what growth we need. And then in closing, we should learn our traders good governance. We should learn them to be responsible and accountable. But individuals are the main, or are the main people that we have to look at. We have to start with a culture and values that it's not cool to drink. They have to build up their own belief system and ethics. And please, I feel very strongly about that. I was at the university and everyone was talking about we're going to do. That's where we got to stop. Say one more? No, I don't think so. So if that's 10 minutes, I say thank you. That felt quite good.
Thank you very much. Right, Member Cards Philander.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. Netling, my question to you. What are the negative social impacts of the liquor trade, and how do you think it should be solved?
The negative impacts, I think I've touched on that from the liquor trade. If you look at the trade, and you're not referring to the board here and the inspectors, we're referring to the trade here. The negative of that is that the social ill that it brings to our fellow South Africans, to our children, to brothers and sisters, and the negatives of drinking too much over weekends, getting into a car, having people with you in the car. No. So how can we stop that? As I've said, it's not going to help with cutting down on sales and all. No, we've got to bring in a belief system where people's got to start believing. I referred to it earlier, and I mentioned the Europe countries, but even in African countries which I visited, Zambia, Zimbabwe, which is just here, people are responsible there when they drink. You don't see people on the street, you don't see people in the restaurants or in a bar misbehaving themselves because of the fact that they're drinking too much. So the important point that I want to make is we want to bring values, and we have to teach people ethics, and that's got to start at the ground level, primary school. And it's not good, it's not cool to drink, as I've said earlier.
Mr. Netling, please describe the challenges of handling liquor licenses in the different communities.
I was walking down Long Street today. Parking is quite a problem here. And I think if we look at towns, we're looking at cities, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. We've got this hours till 2 o'clock in the morning, even till 4 o'clock in the morning. I think if we should do it away with a 4 o'clock. I don't want to be Mother Grundy, but I've never had a drink at 4 o'clock in the morning. And I'm not saying other people shouldn't. But issuing of licenses, that's not my main concern. The main concern is patrolling and to see whether those licenses are adhered to. We can issue licenses. We can say, oh, well, you've got to be South African, you've got to do this, you've got to. But also, before issuing a license, if we want to go in there, what is your business acumen? What do you know about sales, purchases, and what do you know about being a responsible South African citizen? So that we've got to keep into consideration when we want to issue a liquor license. It's not just issuing it. It's also looking at what does the community look like? Is it an affluent community? And I'm not discriminating here against community that's not so affluent as the others. But people in a less affluent, they tend to spend, you look at it, if you receive 100 Rand, percentage-wise, they're going to spend more than the other people. Like, we got to stop that. How? It's not going to help by issuing, but patrolling those licenses. I know it's not the easy job, but look at those factors. That's my answer to the questions.
You are from the academia. I will say question 3.
Yes.
How do you foresee different departments cooperating with one another to ensure a legal, vibrant industry?
If we want to look at a legal vibrancy to be, you can be vibrant without drinking 8, 9 shots a night. To be vibrant, as I've said earlier, you have to understand that at this, if we go out and party, you don't have to use alcohol. And to bring departments, if I'm correct, if you refer to departments, you refer to the wholesaler, retailer, the food and beverage industry, am I correct? You want to bring all of them together. That's quite will be an achievement, because everybody at this moment in time is just in it to make money. The wholesaler is pushed. Heineken is owned by an overseas company. They push for sales turnover. The retailer, if we see the bigger retailers, the competition is so stiff. So I want to see that, and as I've mentioned in my presentation as well, we have to start getting together the retail section, the wholesale section, the food and beverage, and start talking to each other. And once I have achieved that, and in a specific community, in a specific area, then they can say, but as a food and beverage, as an hotel, as a restaurant, we get delivery from the same people. We buy from the same people. shouldn't we look at that? And then vibrant, as I've said, I can be vibrant without having a drink. I can also attest to people that think they must drink to be vibrant, and that's not necessary. Again, it's a way of teaching and educating our people. Right.
Thank you. Question 4. How do you envisage the WCLA playing a role in expanding and growing an inclusive liquor industry, particularly assisting the economically disadvantaged?
Thank you. For the WCLA to succeed in that, start at the top. You've got enough role players in this the section, if I can call it, in the communities, in the, I might call a shebeen. We've got to go and look at, if I can call a macro, the liquor outlet around the corner, which are also closing down quite rapidly. And then, as I've said, the wholesaler, we've got to get that empowerment in there. We cannot have 5 or 6 big wholesalers in South Africa. Manufacturers, how many manufacturers are there in the micro distilling, micro beer at this moment of time? This is where we've got to, and how are we going to do that? We've got to bring the bigger manufacturers on. We've got to take the wholesalers now. We've got the skills development leeway there to educate these people how to actually be more profitable. It's not just selling and buying and selling and buying. That's not the issue. We're talking about getting people onto a level where they are not now, where we don't see them. I don't want to emphasize on this point, but a wholesaler, the manufacturers, got to see more faces. Our black community in there. Thank you.
The fifth question is, if you can give an example of an ethical quandary that you faced and how you dealt with it.
Ethical in the liquor trade?
Ethical in general.
In general. There are so many from the university. But if I rather go back to something that happens whilst I was still having the restaurant and the bar, being ethical and being accountable, responsible, and transparent for what I was doing in the restaurant trade. People want to buy liquor after closing hours. People want to sit there and finish the liquor. People want to drive away under the influence. People trying to bribe you with, please, can we buy liquor after this and this closing hours? I said, no, that's not the way to go about it. So how did I deal with it? I said, no. And that's the only way to deal with it. You cannot say, okay, today, no, you've got to be ethical in your own way. If I, in the university side, got how many people that did not comply with being readmitted to university, coming to you and saying, but sir, we can we talk about this? No, there's nothing to talk about. These are the rules. Rule this and this and this specifies. Sorry. That's your first question. Oh, you got a second one? Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neetling. Question number 6. What are the current problems around stakeholder and community engagement, and what are the solutions to addressing these issues?
Stakeholder and
Community engagement.
community.
Yes, sir.
If and when I started with stakeholders and the community, stakeholders being firstly our law enforcement. They don't see those people as being, I don't want to use the word friends. I want to use the word in helping them to help themselves. They see law enforcement in a different light. They see law enforcement, we must stop. That's the first one. There are other stakeholders that I'm thinking about will be the retail outlets. Are they charging too much? Other stakeholders, government, customs, or not customs, but the excise duties on liquor too high. So that's why people go start distilling their own liquor. I'm not saying it is too high. That's not what I'm saying. That's what people perceive. We must get around that. Explain to them, this is the reason why. You hear in the budget, excise duty is going up by 6, 7, 8%. But why? You never hear the why. You never hear the answer from the minister.
Mr. Neetling, this is your last question for the afternoon. How can modernizing technology systems help with law enforcement in the liquor trade?
With digital, I mean, there are so many things with digital, but now one that I've mentioned earlier, it's there at the point of sale from the bigger wholesalers, bigger retailers. Got to get a program running there that will indicate that liquor outlet or food and beverage, this and this, have bought so much over the last month, last year. South African breweries they have got a system. I know they've got a system. That system must be used and must be made available to authorities to make sure that the liquor that is sold falls within the parameters of what was purchased. The license inspectors, how can a person that's not a South African resident have a license? The illegal illicit trading in liquor. Underage drinking, how can we curb that? My answer again to all of this, ethical value, ethical behavior. That's what we got to start in this country with reference to alcohol abuse. Cannot go on like this. But we are pushed, I know, in the economy as well. And growth in job creation. We should wave that up against our communities grow up.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you very much for coming in today. So in terms of going forward, we'll finish our interviews tomorrow and then we'll send our recommendations to the department and the department will then take it further from there. But thank you very much. Very kind of you to come in. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye. If we can formally adjourn till tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.